Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, December the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And need a quick sound check. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Yeah, the cash register is just whenever I make a post. Okay, so when I post the pre-market actives or any other post, that's when you're going to hear that cash register sign. All right, everybody, what is happening this morning? We got to actually have some earnings plays and some terrible ones. Take a look at DOCU. DOCU. That's a bad, big gap down on earnings. 32% down, $76. It's an expensive stock. This is actually one I might be looking at. I know I don't typically trade stocks over $30 or so, but boy, this one is really interesting for both ways. I mean, maybe it has a bounce, or maybe it just continues to fade. One of the, if you look at that monthly chart, I mean, it's broken down all of that level. So the next low on the monthly is around 137. The next low on the weekly is probably around that same area. So, I mean, I have to wait and see how this opens. They announced the earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area right here, and it's kind of holding that gap down. So let's see what happens once this market opens. Well, that is a massive gap down. CYAD is a gap down also. This is not an earnings play, but this is, I'm sorry, actually it gapped up. So it gapped up. Financing's at $5, so it's below the financing price. But this was down here at $3.52 yesterday, so it's gapped up towards that financing price of $5. It's kind of interesting. Normally, I'm only looking at a headline, but when a stock is sitting at $3.50 and they're able to do a financing at $5, it might be something I'm missing. But at any rate, this has gapped up a lot. FSLY. This is an upgrade from Raymond James. FSLY, upgrade from Raymond James. And they're putting a $42 price target on it. One of our favorites, LGVN. LGVN, gapping up a little bit here. Actually, a lot. FDA grants orphan drug designation. Yeah, I don't see any news on that TOMZ. I don't see any news on it. I think it, what did it get up to? It got up to 251, pulling back down to 211. Low float, I don't see any news on it. Ollie, OLLI, another earnings play. Big gap down for it also, 21%. Big gap down, and when you look on you look at that monthly chart, the next low is around 40. Let me just see. It's 43.58. So this still has room to run down if it wants to. Again, as Zach said, I have to wait for the market open to see what direction it's going to take. SPWH, Sportsman's. I guess we're going to merge with a company called Great Outdoors, and I guess the merger is off. So SPWH, the merger is off. Stock is down. However, Craig Hallam is, maybe they're happy that merger is off and they're raising their price target to $20. I'm hearing FUTU. FUTU is starting to gap down more and more. China stock. Talk about a China stock. Look at Didi guy, DIDI. What a fiasco that one was. The Uber of China. And if you saw them when they launched their IPO, there were huge names behind it. I think, I'm positive Goldman Sachs, but there probably was J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, etc. Huge names behind this one. So now they're going to be delisting themselves from the U.S. market and going into the Hong Kong market. ESPR, gapping down on a financing. That's a $7 financing, so it's quite a bit below the financing price. ESPR. This has not very much volume, but this is another little one, but it's a big gap down for CELZ. And they're doing a financing at $4.13, big 50%. Not very much volume though, that's the issue. Only 18,000 shares. ASAN, another earnings play and another one that is gapped down on earnings. Another, some of these a little more expensive ones, but they're taking big percentage moves down. ASAN on earnings. Now this one has, this looks like it's in that support area. Maybe. I mean, there's that monthly chart. 74.20. The low right here is 74.18. Well, it's sitting right at it. Another earnings play. SWBI, Smith & Wesson. SWBI, earnings play, another big gap down. Look at that percentage gap down. Another earnings play. Actually, a few earnings plays. SMAR, another earnings play. Low volume, I think. Yeah, it's low volume. But it's gapped up 16%. Look at this, SMAR. Probably, maybe getting into a big resistance area of those. This could be one of those ripe for a short. There are shorts available, for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Just look at the area it's at right now. Looks like there's a lot of resistance, not that far away. But a big reaction to earnings, not very much volume. Most of remember, they released earnings after hours yesterday. But it's holding the gap. It's holding the gap. Azul is gapping up a little bit here. Azul, Brazilian airline. An interesting article. There are more percentage of people, and you wouldn't have thought this, in Brazil that are vaccinated than in the U.S. Their president was kind of extremely against it, so... Well, he wasn't for it. How about that? But anyway, Brazil is one of the highest vaccinated countries, and certainly in South America. And so I guess that's the only reason I can see for Azul, and maybe some of the other Brazilian stocks might pop. Chile is at 84% vaccination rate. Wow. I'm just reading this. BILI was gapping down a little bit. As I was opening the room. BILI. U.S. regulators move step closer to delisting Chinese companies. So I think what happened with Didi is that they said, well, we're not going to wait for you to delist us. We're voluntarily getting off. I think a lot of these companies are just going to move to the Hong Kong market. But anyway, that's a headline. It wasn't specific to BILI, but a lot of these China stocks are starting to really get hit here. Well, I mean, somebody's asking me, I saw the back to basics video playlist that I posted yesterday. Well, I mean, you can, before you commit money to the market, we've got a simulator, okay? And I would practice trading in the simulator before, and it might take you several months before you actually want to commit money to the market. Well, LGVN, guys, LGVN. The other thing is, you know, you don't know if you're brand new to trading, you don't really know what your trading style is yet. You know, I mean, there are all sorts of different trading styles, and it's a matter of experimentation. What seems to make sense to you? When I say that, for instance, I'm a momentum trader. It makes sense for me to concentrate on momentum stocks. Other people think that's terrible. I'll flat out say it. They think you're crazy. You should wait for pullbacks. Fine, you know, if that's the type of trader you want to be. But don't chase stocks at the highs. And you know, I don't chase them. I'm just interested when they're making highs or lows and then breaking from a pattern. I'm not chasing stocks up or down. But some people would way prefer waiting for a stock to pull back to a certain level, and that's absolutely fine. But the big thing is, we have a simulator here, practice trading. Here's another one that's just showing up, ENFA, guys. Is this a, yeah, this is a SPAC, guys, ENFA. This is just showing up here. I want to see if there's any news. Boy, LGVN is ripping here, guys. LGVN on that FDA designation, orphan drug designation. Look at the volume that's coming in. And again, that crazy low float, 2.6 million in the float. Yeah, I mean, trading is not easy, okay? Trade Ideas, it's a great scanner. But, you know, that's what it does. It scans, but you have to kind of set up either A, you can take my scans. If you like them, go to our channel bar, check the scans out there. You can try to build your own types of scans. But if you're new to trading, you know, you might not know really what you want to be looking for. And of course, the room is like this. You can always come in every day into the room and kind of check out, it's not just myself, but other trading styles. Yeah, ENFA, guys, this is, I'm trying to see why. BuzzFeed suffers wave of SPAC investor withdrawals. BuzzFeed. Okay, so I guess they are merging with BuzzFeed. Okay, so this is a SPAC, and so they're merging with BuzzFeed, and that's the, I don't know if that had ever been announced before. Yeah, so this had to be announced before, so they're approving the business combination. Yeah, so here, I mean, way back in July, and even maybe earlier. Yeah, so I mean, this has been since June, and maybe even again, maybe even earlier. I keep saying that. Yeah, I mean, this is. So actually, this was announced back in March. Okay, I've got it here. BuzzFeed in talks to go public via. So now it's getting closer and closer. So the stockholders now have approved it. Yeah, here's another China stock. PDD. A lot of these China stocks. I guess it seems like they're just going to flee to the Hong Kong market. They're either going to do it before the SEC says get off our market, or they're going to do it before, kind of like Diddy, DIDI. So both BILI and PDD are looking the same in terms of the drifting down. AUPH is a little bit of activity here, guys. Actually, this is very interesting. I mean, look at the potential gap fill. Of course, this was I think, rumors of a merger or a buyout or something like that. This was propelling this stock up to this level. And then I guess they kind of fizzled out. Had earnings on the 3rd, November 3rd. I'm not sure that really had a serious effect. Not really. But I think here, I can't remember what happened here. There was obviously some bad news here for AUPH. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, first of all, I'll try to help you in alpha in a minute. I'm not quite sure I understand your question, but I just have a couple things to do before I open until the market opens. Okay, I want to get the upgrades in right. Excuse me, the upgrades in right now. See that UPST had an upgrade. Not so much, well, I didn't know it had an upgrade, but I did see it had a big move up today. UPST. There's that upgrade for FSLY. And Marvel, did I mention Marvel? I can't remember if I mentioned Marvel. Marvel is an earnings play, MRVL. A couple of upgrades for it. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And let's get the downgrades in. Wow. Guys, you really keep an eye on Docu. Holy smokes. I thought there were a lot of downgrades, but Docu has been downgraded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by, let's see, JP Morgan, UBS, Piper Sandler, Wedbush, and Needham. Look at all the well, you can't see them, but there are a lot of downgrades for Docu and a couple of downgrades for Ollie. And these are both earnings plays. So even though Docu has already fallen a lot, analysts are just piling in right now and saying, we think there could be more. Thank you, Chris. I was just going to try to answer, what does it mean not working? So keep an eye on Docu, guys. I mean, even though it's down, it's already down, 33%, but then there's analysts are just piling on this morning, downgrading it even further. The other thing, Alpha, have you taken a look at our 20 lessons? Yeah, but he says not working for me like that configuration, so I'm not sure what that means. Peloton's having Peloton is had an okay day. Excuse me, an okay day yesterday. Not really, I guess. I thought it broke out a little bit more. But Peloton PTON moving up a little bit here. Oh, if it could ever really break out of this area, yeah, Deutsche Bank as an upgrade or initiating coverage with, sure, why not? How about a $30 on top of the $46 price target? In other words, a $76 price target for Peloton PTON. The double click is not working. Boy, Chris, might have to send Alpha over to you guys. I don't know what he means by that. The double click is not working. When you go to, configure, when you right click on an alert window, and that is, then you click on configure. I'm not sure I know what you mean. The double click is not working. Okay, thanks. All right, let's take a quick look. Let's see, the market is going to be mildly positive open. Let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to go to the doc, or to new, and then doc channel bar. And let's take a look at the sector status. My guess is that we're going to see, obviously we're going to see some of the sectors up. Interesting. Okay, so for those of you who are new, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, here's the energy sector, XLE. These are the stocks that make up that sector. What that 100% refers to, that means 100% of the stocks that make up the sector are above yesterday's close. Okay, 100%. For technology, 84%. Communications and technology usually are kind of run in tandem. So 81%, 84%. So the interesting thing would be actually to find the weakest sector. And right now, the weakest sector is real estate. Only 62% are up. Okay. Now this can change dramatically once the market opens. But this is what we see right now. Industrial 65%. But right now we see, the SPY is up a little. SPY is up a little bit. And we'll have to see if we look at this about an hour from now, and it could look entirely different. The trade ideas race. Are you talking? Yeah, so I haven't really demonstrated it yet. There's a couple things I think that have to get fixed, but in essence, this is what it, can I do a race? Basically what you can do, why it could get interesting. For instance, one of the things that I've wanted is, say, an increase in option volume percent or an increase in the relative volume, okay? So, yes, we have a relative volume filter, we have an option percent filter, but I'd like to know, for instance, if a stock is right now, relative volume of 2, is it increasing? How is it increasing? How fast is it increasing? So I can set up a race among, and I think, you see right now I think I'm stymied at only up to 5 symbols in a top list. And so I can sort of say, okay, in this top list window with 5 symbols, let's do a race over, say, 2 minutes. You can pick the time, and then you'll see little cars, and then you can select it to go, okay, let's use as the filter Relative volume. So with the relative, so what'll happen is the race begins, and the one that's starting to have the biggest increase in relative volume, you'll start to see it just like a race. You'll see the car racing ahead. Another one might be following. Another one will be following that, but then you can have a pullback. So it's kind of a real sort of a graphical presentation of a top list rather than just looking at a. I'll try to demonstrate it a little bit later. Oh, okay. So they did put it in Instagram. Okay, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday in the marketing meeting. But to be honest, I have to figure out a way how to use it. Okay, I mean, I know mechanically how to use it, but I have to figure out a way how we can use it to make money. Okay, it's great to see a little cars racing and all that. It's really kind of cool, but the bottom line is how do you use it to make money? Oh, here's another one. Is this another? Yeah, 10 cents. So here's another China stock, guy. So these China stocks are just getting creamed here with all the all the potential of delisting from U.S. stock exchanges. Thank you, Chris, for looking at. I certainly don't know what's going on with Alpha, so. I mean, there's Tiger. I mean, you take your pick. I mean, we've got Billy, BILI. We've got PDT. We've got Tiger, TIGR, FUTU. Tons of these, lots and lots of these, and TME. These China stocks. Real, I was just going to say, did I see Real in the room a little earlier? Welcome, welcome, Wheel. Welcome, Real. Yeah, ESPR, I mean, it's an all-time low. They did a financing, right? They did a financing. Financing's at $7 a share, so it's definitely below the financing price, but I wish this were just a simple earnings play. Because you know what I love to be doing is shorting this once the market opens if it starts to continue down. 1 minute, thank you, William. All right, guys, yeah, we've got 1 minute, less than a minute for the market to open. Let's have a great end to this trading week. It's already Friday. Boy, the weeks are just flying by. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Got to let things settle down just a little bit. LGVN has already had a big float turnover, 1.5 times the float. 4 million have traded, 2.6 in the float. LGVN. All right, we are now open for business. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Now, China, Diddy, IQ, I think LU. All these China stocks just being pummeled here. All-time lows. I'll be... Financing means they're raising money. They're issuing typically it means they're issuing shares to raise money. So, for instance, ESPR. I mean, I didn't dive into it. I don't know how many shares they're, but they're doing a financing at, and there it goes right off the bat here. They're doing a financing at $7. So that means they're issuing shares at 7, which is. So typically what happens is stock gaps down below the financing price because if you're an existing shareholder, your position has been diluted. Nobody likes that, of course. So usually a financing, short term anyway, is not good for a company in terms of the share price, okay? Just because shareholders don't like their existing positions being diluted with more shares being added. All right, I have got some stocks I'm looking at on my thumbnail charts. All right, so how did we open? So the Dow is up, NAS is up, SPY is up. So far we're up. And we have our first halt of the day. Boy, we had a lot of halts yesterday. IOBT just got halted. And one moment, please. All right, IOBT got halted. Not very much volume, but it got halted. It's a low float, 16.9 million in the float. Look at Docu, guys. It's already starting to slide a bit here. All right, so Azul is starting to drift down. Azul, Brazilian airliner. Again, my bias is typically always, you know, shorting these tops if I can concentrate enough on it, especially in this sort of a market. Look at now. Dare we look at ESSC again? This was a wild one yesterday, guys, and I mean wild. Look at that. Look pretty solid up here and around that 13, 14 level. And then all of a sudden it just got sold off. I did see Pet V in the pre-market. You know, a little move up after hours yesterday. It's up 7%. There's a low float. We've seen this one before. A few months ago, this got all the way up to 16 something, and then of course right back down to earth. Docu at a very important level right here. DOCU at a very important level at 150. Psychological. I mean, that's what I mean in terms of an important level. Nope. NVCT. You too can check. I'm going to show you how you can check, okay? I mean, not trying to slough you off or anything, but if you don't have this link, Jane, and anybody else, this is the calendar link that or the link to IPOs that I've got. Okay, so if I click on, so I give you the link, this is what you'll see. If you click on IPO calendar, and you will see it's not even listed here now, so that's even worse, unless it's here. Yeah, so they may have just yanked it completely. At least yesterday when we looked at the IPO calendar, what it said was postponed, unless I just can't see it. I just can't see it. Yeah, so it looks like it's been postponed completely, or maybe yanked. I shouldn't say postponed because at least it said postponed before. Now it's looks like it's just been yanked. Docu, guys. Docu. Keep an eye on Docu, guys. It is now down below. And ESPR, real mentioning that one. Now it popped back up to 6. Now it's underneath 6 again. 565. Docu. The longer Docu holds under 150. Docu meaning DOCU. So Ollie's actually having a bounce here, guys. Ollie's having a bounce. OLLI having a bounce here. Here, look at the volume coming in. And we've got some, so in the daily breakdowns, there's some right here. SPWH. Okay, this is the company. The merger is off, but Needham's put a $20 price target on it. Not that that means everything. I don't think DIDI certainly was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I think we might find a lot of that with the China stocks. Docu. $147, $147. Done. Okay, guys, listen, you know I don't usually take, first of all, a couple of things. I don't usually take early trades. I also don't usually take stocks that are in the 150 mark. However, seeing what Docu did and then what solidified it for me, the 5 downgrades, you see, the 5 downgrades. So even though it was already way down, those downgrades are going to have an effect. And I mentioned, 150 being an important level. Again, I don't typically trade stocks that expensive, but the other thing was cool is that the spread was okay. It wasn't like it was a dollar spread or anything like that. The spread was great. Well, the support for it is, if you think this is support, the next, oh no, that can't be it. Is that right? Yeah, okay, so the next low looking on the monthly chart is 131. I'm not saying it's going to get down to 131, but that's the next low on the monthly chart. And remember, it's an earnings play, okay? So there was a reason. It's not just, for whatever reason, traders are piling in and shorting this. So it is an earnings play, and obviously whatever, I didn't even look at it. I didn't look I don't know if it's poor guidance, poor earnings, poor revenue. I really don't know. I don't care. All I know is that there's a reaction. All right, IOBT had a 10-minute halt and just opened. IOBT just opened. We got halted at 1069. It's 1148 now. It's a fairly low, well, it is a low float. 17 million in the float. Here's your theme, guys. DOYU, Diddy, DIDI, I think. Yeah, YMM. These are all China stocks. Okay, so I've covered some of that docu. Got down to $145 might be a bit of a, it's another whole, I call it a kind of a significant whole number, but covered some of the docu. I want to see if it has just a more of an utter collapse on it. And ESPR. This is a great move from 6. And now actually, so ESPR actually showed up on the my option scanner, the flip of it, all right? The one that is moving down. ESPR. What's the market doing? So look how the market is flipped, guys. So, big red candle to start. So NAS is down now. Dow is up a little, SPY's up a little, but the market is flipping. I think Kirk had earnings yesterday. It was not, not good. Take out 145. Take out 145. I command you. Boy, look at FUTU. These China stocks. Ooh. Okay, another China stock, guys. Thanks, Chris. I didn't even notice that was in the AI. Another China stock, SOL, getting pummeled here. Look at that monthly chart. When you look at the monthly chart, the next low looking left is 5. I don't look at one. It's just they come all of them, Jay. It's just if you want to look at the AI, all of the alerts is what I would do. AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, it's not the channel. If you have a premium service, then this is what I would do. I would just load that window, AI/Holly strategy trades window. So click on new, and then from our toolbar. Okay, then click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, make it easy on yourself. This is what you'll see. Never mind these two up here, but this is what you'll see. You'll just wait for the alerts to happen. Never mind the different, the different segments of the AI. Just make it easy. And there we go. Breakdown through 145. Wow. FNF. Well, really nothing to see here. I mean, it's only 34,000 shares, so I'm not sure what you're looking at. It's not an earnings play. Pretty boring to me, FNF. So I'm not sure what you're seeing or what. There's just no volume. It doesn't trade very much. Excuse me, you can see right now it doesn't trade very much because it's almost trading normally, and that's 34,000 shares. So it's just way too illiquid for me to even look at. Today, anyway. I mean, I guess yesterday it had, it did have a big volume day yesterday, but I don't see any news on it. Yeah, so I checked it. I just don't see anything of interest. Sorry. Well, check the volume. I mean, if you have a single stock window, I mean, it's only 35,000 shares. Do you have trade ideas? I mean, here's a single stock window, but most of the alert windows or top list windows, you just add a volume column so you can see how much volume. And then, as importantly, the relative volume. That's telling you, relative to what it normally does up to this point of the day, how's it doing? So 0.87 means it's actually, below average. It's a beauty from the AI, guys. 585 on the short. I missed it completely. It was right in my wheelhouse. Two things going for it that I like. It's under $20. I love the ones under 20 from the AI. And it's China. China is the theme of the day, guys. Look at Docu. Oh. When I do my upgrades and downgrades, there are two things I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks that have multiple downgrades, okay? And I'm also kind of concentrating, if I can see, on if there's a Goldman upgrade or downgrade, okay? Those are the couple of things I'm looking for. And so my eyes kind of fell when I saw Docu had 5 downgrades, even after it was already down like 30%. I thought, okay. We don't often see that. And I'm missing some of these right now. SWBI, 1749, earnings play. Look at this. I mean, gap right down through that 200-day moving average. All right, SPWH actually, and that's not an earnings play. The merger is off. Wow, guys, Docu. Oh man, and you know me. I rarely rarely do I take a stock this expensive. Look at, man, Bitcoin's taking a hit. All the Bitcoin maras and the riots are down. Look at Lucid. Holy smokes. I mean, so tech is taking a beating today. Yeah. There's do you know how to create a sound on an alert window, Jay? Oh, don't be ashamed to say no. It's okay. It's exactly the same. So you just right click, okay, actions, and then play sound. Check the play sound. You can set up the sound. You can put, I always say it like this. You can have one window, one alert window, or the AI window, text to speech. You don't have to use text to speech. But the whole idea of our sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on the different windows. Okay, so if you want text to speech here, great, but just don't use it anywhere else. Otherwise, when you hear the symbol being called, you won't know what window to look at. Okay. Otherwise, use custom sound. Select. And we have 3 folders here. Each folder has some sound alerts. You can pick one, highlight it, open it. You can play it if you like it. If that's the one you want to attach to that window, you just say okay a couple of times and you're good. Okay, did you get that? If you didn't, I'll do it again. And don't forget to save your work, okay? At the end of the day, you'll be given the option. You can, I always do it. I always save my layouts to my computer. I save it into the cloud, and then when you exit Trade Ideas, it's going to ask you, do you want to save your layout? I always say yes, because I'm always using the same layout every day. The reason I say that is that if you do anything, if you make a little change, add a sound alert, if you don't save your work, when you load Trade Ideas on Monday, it will not be there. It won't have saved it, in other words. Great alert here. Real mentioned ESPR on a short right off the bat. I didn't take it right off the bat. The SPWH is here. It's also in the AI. I'm loving the breakdown, guys. Even when the market's moving higher, I love the daily breakdown. And especially when the market's doing this. Oh man, oh man. So guys, if you won't short, you're missing out. Now, there could be a couple of reasons, several reasons why you won't short. A, if you're trading, I guess if you're trading in some kind of what you guys call is an IRA, or which doesn't allow shorting of individual stocks. That could be one reason. Another reason, your broker may not have shorts available. That's another reason. But the main reason why a lot of people won't short is psychological. You got to get over it. Wow. Docu and SPWH, you're making my day. SPWH showed up right there at 1510. It also showed up on the AI. I'm just going to show you guys. I'm going to get into the AI in a little bit, but a couple of shorts right there. I mean, look at how beautiful. 7%, 3.5% already. 585, and they were both shortable at Interactive Brokers. Well, we can call support here. I mean, all I do is I just look to see where the next low is. So if you look left on the monthly chart, the next low is 131. I'm not saying it's going to go from 141 down to 131. Okay, let me back out the weekly chart and see if there's anything else in between that. Doesn't look like it. You know, we're going back to 2020. But I mean, this has just been, it's almost been a $10 move from 150. Oh man, great. Okay, guys, so I just covered some of my SPWH in case, you know, I'm always a little wary about those whole numbers. I've covered some more of the docu, guys. Don't have that much left in case I can't take out that 140 mark. And again, the SPWH, I'm always a little wary of when a stock hits a whole number. So I usually take some out. Next low looking left is 1129. I'm not saying it's getting there, but wow, that merger being, this is not China. It's just that the merger is off. So much for Needham's saying, wow, but we still recommend this at it, thinking it's going to go to 20. So that whole number of 140 was held docu. Well, I mean, the thing is, Kathy, is just have a stop, of course. I mean, nobody knows if a stock is at the low of the day and it's going to bounce. Neither do we know if a stock is at the high of the day and it's going to come back down. I mean, you know, you don't know for sure. Oh, wow, look at this. Well, I've got my pick of the two AI alerts, the two short alerts. You know, I do a video at noon. Both are just on a percentage basis. Look at this, guys. I mean, and there is no getting out of it. I mean, there's no time. I mean, I covered some just because of, you know, I've got this paranoia about a whole number. But, you know, I mean, look at this on the 2-minute chart. It's been straight down. There's been no wild green candle to knock you out of a trade. It's been straight down since the alert. 5-minute, the same, of course. 15-minute, of course. But listen, if you're not, you know, if you're not comfortable shorting, I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, hammer people on it. I'm just saying there are opportunities in the market to short. Probably missed this one, PHG. I'm sure this is probably a pretty good one, 33.82. So it hasn't moved yet. Are you China? I don't know where you are. No, you're actually out of the Netherlands, okay? Oh, of course, the SPY is helping, of course. So you may as well get on the side of the trend if you can. There is no free version. So that's your answer. There is no free version of Trade Ideas. You can always try us out for a month. Standard version for a month. It'll cost you about $88 or something. Look at Lucid. Holy smokes. I know a lot of you are all over this one, thinking this is going to, be the next Tesla. And it might be, but I mean, right now EVs are getting... Let's take a look at the ETF for that sector, Drive. See what's happening with it. But that, to me, Kathy, that can happen the same way if you're going long something. But listen, I'm not trying to convince anybody to short. I'm just saying there are lots and lots of opportunities. Shorting tops is another great way. Stocks that had a parabolic move up and then start to fall. So it's not just a matter of following stocks that are making all-time lows or things like that, but that's good news, Zach. All right, what's happening with this IOBT? So yeah, nothing. It got halted. A lot of volume came in. Actually, a lot of volume came in. Remember, it was very low volume at the beginning, but look at all the volume now, 123 times normal this time of day. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, I don't know what the price of the coin is, but here is the ETF. So, little flurry of excitement at the beginning, $36, or not 36, well, 36 on the ETF. But just straight down, market opens. Oh, yeah, docu. I mean, I don't have as much left now, but wow. Okay, from now on, I'm only looking at stocks between 100 and 200. Here's another one, guys. I mean, I can't remember why I had my price alert for BZUN at 1260, but I do. And of course, China stock. I bet you some of these China stocks will not become short, will not be shortable. Yeah, it's just my paranoia of that whole number. It's the only reason I got out of docu when I did. Some of it, anyway. Same thing, now my paranoia worked a little bit on the SPWH. Now, I don't know how you feel about Ollie, Zach, but, is maybe giving us a better opportunity to short from here. Earnings play is still down 17%. The market is so weak. This might be a last gasp. Yeah, DIDI was not shortable for me. They yanked the shorts. DIDI. Now this is, so this is a wink voluntary delisting from the US market. They're going to list on Hong Kong. Okay, I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but this is, okay. announced its plans to delist. I don't know when it's supposed to happen. What are you? Another China stock, CD, all-time low. Boy, just so at 7:30. Look at this. I mean, guys, look at this. 7:30 and 9. I mean, I can't get them all, but look at this CD at 9:44. The alert was at 7:37. Look at it now, 6:44. These are fantastic percentage moves. You know, I'm all over these ones that are making new lows, all-time lows. And now Smith & Wesson, SWBI, another one. Look at this, 1749, earnings play, 1749, 1691. I'm not in this one. Can't get them all. I typically don't like to be in more than 2 stocks at a time, so that's just the way I typically trade. So definitely the scan of the day is right here, guys, the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, just think about it. Think of the psychology of it, all right? The stock is making an all-time low. I mean, there's one thing about a stock, you know, falling, but it's, you know, it's still maybe even within 20% of, or the all-time high or whatever. Yeah, those can be interesting bounce plays. But when you think about it, when a stock is at an all-time low, I'm not saying nobody steps in and tries to play a little bit of a bounce, but this is, you know, this is just devastating for a stock. Yeah, I took your scan and I modified it, Real. I added some things, but yeah, very grateful for your drawing our attention to it, I don't know, a couple of months ago. I added because I didn't want to, we're getting too many alerts in the initial setup, so I added that. Look at that, I put a current volume of at least 8, so I'm not going to see too many alerts. Well, that's what I like. And I think I upped the volume to 500,000 shares, things like that. Yeah, that scan is available on my homepage. What time is it now? 10:09. So yeah, that scan is available on my homepage. So I just put my homepage link in there, Sam A2. So if you click on my link right there, also of course my tab is available right here all day long, and that link is in here. When you click on it, just go to the scan section, click here, and there it is. 10-day daily breakout, 10-day daily breakdown. But I have to admit, I rarely even look at the breakouts. You know, I think that the breakdowns are more powerful for me, the way I trade. Doesn't mean you can't look at these ones, but and the way I've set it up, give me a moment. The way I've set it up is what you see here, why it says DR in both of these, this is the don't repeat version. Notice here, I see SWBI. I'm going to see it over and over again as it keeps making new lows. This tells me when was the first alert when the filter requirements were, when the filter were met, the criteria were met, satisfied. So SWBI at 9:39, the first alert was at 7:49. This allows me to kind of go back See, okay, there's your first alert. What did it do from there? So from 749, it's down to 1682 as an example. Okay? That's why I set these up like this. You can do the same thing. All you have to do, I'll get into this a little later, but you just duplicate the window and then you duplicate the window. And then we have a nice little, go down to properties and then the don't repeat. And this is a drop-down menu. You can pick your time frame. So if you don't want to see the same symbol over and over again, every time it makes either a new high or a new low, you can say, oh, okay, only show me every 1 minute, 5, 15. I pick for a day because I just want to see where the first alert was, how well did it do after that. Remember, these are not strategies, guys, okay? These are ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. In this case, it's for a day. It's for the day. I just want to see it the first day. And meanwhile, back at the Docu Ranch, look at this. So again, the next low looking left is 131.26. I don't know if it's going to get there. It might. Whew. It's been months since I've taken a stock this expensive. You know, here's one I've missed it. So Zach, I don't know if you heard me talking about Ollie. I was saying, I know your bias was to short this one, maybe an all-day fade, kind of like the Docu. It's got the room just like the Docu. It's an earnings play just like the Docu, but it did have the pop-up. And I was saying maybe this is a last gasp. I don't know if you heard me. I didn't take it. I did not take it. You know, so I mean, the purpose of the room, of course, I'm just going to point out opportunities. I can't take them all. There's a lot of opportunities, lots of different trading styles out there. So I'll point out opportunities. If it meets your trading plan, go for it. And if you don't have a trading plan, you better get one. Gary, I don't really try to predict why things are happening, okay? You know, obviously if you want, you can point to the virus, Omicron. I mean, that's probably as good a reason as any. But, you know, whether this is going to be, you know, let's take a look at the SPY. I mean, some levels for it to hold. You know, right here, obviously, I mean, it's way down here. That'd be a pretty important level for it to try to hold. I mean, I don't really look at it that way. You know, you can watch TV and they can say, the market's tanking because of Omicron, the market's tanking because of this, the market's tanking because of that. Mainly because I'm more of an intraday trader, okay? I don't really care. I'm not trying to sound callous, but I don't really care. Just give me movement one way or the other. You know, threat of interest rates going up. I mean, you know, there's all sorts of things. But we've seen this happen before when all of a sudden, you know, you get a few red candles on the SPY and everybody says, well, that's it. And then all of a sudden, you know, it rallies back up. I'm not saying today, but, and I'm not making a prediction like that. I'm just saying, I don't even bother trying to figure it out. Another China stock. Oh, I'm sorry. I do this all the time. Just because of the name, I think that it must be a China stock, but it's not. It's a Boston stock. But an all-time low, all-time low. Again, I'm not saying these things can't bounce, but when you're at an all-time low, and let's just see, is there any specific news on it other than, all these all these law firms suing the heck out, or trying to sue the heck out of them? And Kathy Wood's trying to prop it up. The goose, but you're asking me to against my one of my favorite companies, real, but okay. It's too bad because it had earnings here and it looked pretty rosy. But look at this, yeah, I mean, it's just sink, sink, sink. So are you using now the, instead of that SDC, are you using linear regression, that linear, like a normal, I guess we'll call it a normal linear regression channel? Or are you using them both? All right, the only thing I can say right now is that my alerts have dried up. I'm not getting too many more alerts. And you're talking about using it on a daily chart though. So I can look at Goose. I can look at the Goose and see a couple of things. Of course, there's a 200-day moving average. So that day, it touched right on it. That day, it finally broke down yesterday, and it's just continuing. And maybe coming into a support level, the monthly chart, the low of that monthly chart is 37.15. So maybe a support level. All right, guys, I'm out of everything. I'm flat every trade now. Yeah, remember for the last 3 weeks, the low floaters, we said the low float sector, but right now, November 17th, November 17th, November 17th. Right there. So right there, right at the top here. All right, let me do something. All right, just for fun. So this is I know an ugly, how do I change the time frame? There we go. Okay. Now, indulge me. I'm just going to add steady regression For fun, I'm going to add that RAF channel. So there's that RAF channel. I don't know why, I was sort of intrigued by it. So there is at the top. I'll add the... So which would you, what are you, which one are you using? I know you're not using IB. And I know you're not using IB, but is it just, can you give me a clue? Linear regression, least square, curve, intercept, R squared, slope. Okay, thanks, Real. That is excellent, Eli, and I hope you have trade ideas. You have trade ideas. I mean, I know there are a lot in the room. It's a free room, so not necessarily everybody who is in the room has trade ideas. You know, it's not mandatory, of course, to have trade ideas to be in this room. But I'm just interested, Eli, if you actually have trade ideas, and that is what is helping you. Maybe Eli can't hear me. Yeah, GHRS. I see the GHRS. Yeah. Yeah, big pop up here. Yeah, this is ugly. This is ugly. Well, you can do the same in, yeah, I mean, we can, of course I can add a regression in IB. I'm just waiting for Real to do a check on the IB side. So I can add that regression channel, I'll put it on a daily chart and just start to track some of these. All right, well, that's okay. Okay, that's okay, Real. I know you're busy, but all right, guys, now we're in bounce mode. I mean, I'm looking at a lot of these stocks that were devastated early. Look at FUTU. We're in bounce mode on some of these. Look at FUTU. Big bounce here from 35 up to 39. All right, guys, man, it's 10:30, almost 10:30 already. So I'm just going to do a brief, I do my TI spiel usually around 10:20. I'll do a brief one today. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, starting now at 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern time. We go from 8 to 3. Now, between 8 and 9 o'clock, I'm not on the mic, but I do open the room now at 8 o'clock, so you guys can come in here if you want. And swap ideas with yourselves while I'm still doing my scanning and all, and then I get live on the mic at 9, okay? So it's sort of new for the last couple of days like this, and I'll maintain it like that. I always like to start off with my home page. Yeah, Chris, 8 a.m. due to popular demand. Okay, so there's my homepage link that I've just put in. All right, again, my homepage in the main trading room, which I call the main trading room. For those of you in YouTube, if you did want to head over here, this is the main trading room. A lot more action. I will put that link in. You don't have to. You can stay. You can stay in YouTube if you want. Well, I'm up at 4, Chris, but I cannot. You know, I've got to do a few things before I can actually open the room. So I'm up at 4 anyway. Okay, so there's my homepage link. Click on it, and this is what you'll see. Okay, so we have 4 plans. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, all in caps, 15% off. Click on Get Trade Ideas. Give you an idea how much Trade Ideas costs. We have the 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. I think it's a little over $4 and $2 a day, okay, on a daily basis. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, and that is, I'm going to show you what the AI looks like in a bit. Had 2 spectacular shorts early. You do not have to take on an annual plan, though. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. 118, 228, you can apply that 15% discount to the first month only, all right? So if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any point, if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual subscription, though, we'll honor the 15%, okay? But so first of all, do not take on an annual plan unless you know you want this program. You know, you just start off with the standard. Don't have to worry about not missing out on the 15% discount. You could, well, if you want to upgrade at any point, we'll honor the 15%. So start off with either on the monthly. If you like it, great. If you don't, you just unsubscribe. So on my homepage, there are 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a Stock of the Day video at noon Eastern. And education. Most of the education, of course, is geared towards understanding and how to use trade ideas. We now have a very comprehensive user guide. Click on that. And you can see we have sections here that you can take a look at. We also have a full searchable table of contents. So if you're wondering, how to do something, it's a great guide now. But this is what I would do if I were just starting out. No point, I wouldn't go to the user guide first. I would take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. When you do that, it talks about what is a top list, building a top list, alert windows, creating them, all the basic features explained, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, so all the basic features are there. That's what I would do first. Afterwards, if you want, you can dive into the user guide if you're looking for something that you just can't find. Daily support sessions. So today is Friday. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as the main one. I do take a break at noon. So between 12 and 1, one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today being Friday, I believe it'll be Andy. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. So you can head over there if you do want. Also, Chris opens the YouTube room again, because I do shut down around 3 o'clock. He opens the YouTube room at around 3:30, and he goes from 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. So if you still want to talk stocks or talk trade ideas, Chris is there 3:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Daily webinars. Next week we're on the Monday-Wednesday rotation. So, and the following week we're on the Tuesday-Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And then this one, the Back to Basics. So this is nothing really to do with trade ideas, but Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're new to trading or you're looking for a bit of a refresher, this is a great little series, okay? Introduction, introduce you to trading. I mean, it starts off with what is a stock. You can't get any more basic than that, okay? So a lot of information in the education section. And then here's my scan section. So if you're looking for my scans, you click here. So a sample layout for you, but also individual scans that you can take a look at. You know, there's that basic, the 10-day daily breakdown, which I love. I really like my moving higher with unusually strong options. You know, it's a little bit quiet right now. It'll start picking up when we get back into earnings season. But when that happens, this is a great scan. And these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. People always ask, well, you know, what scan should I use? I mean, we have a channel bar that's geared for the pre-market, but these are the 4 that I use. Gap up, gap down shared, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market that helps me get set up for what might happen for the rest of the day, looking at the stocks that are active. So there is a lot of information in these 2 sections. My advice, save my link, then you can look at these 2 sections anytime you want. Give me a moment as I size my window. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. We are a scanner. If you want to build your own scans, you know, I'll show you this one. If you want to build your own scans, this is how you always start. Always start off with filters. Okay, so in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between 2 and 35. Current volume is 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal, etc. You know, it's not important to know what filters I'm using or the values. I'm just trying to show you the concept that when you build your own scans, you always start off with filters. And then you have a trigger. In this case, I want to see every time a stock, if these filter requirements are met, every time it makes a new low. Okay, now imagine if I didn't have filters and I just said, well, show me stocks making a new low, of course I'd be inundated with alerts. So that's why you always start off with filters to try to whittle the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. And here's the good news. You don't have to learn a programming language. If I right click on an alert window, click on configure, and then click search, here are all of the alerts that we have. If I scan down or scroll down, when it changes to these icons, these are the filters that we have. Now, please listen carefully. You do not have to learn every alert and filter. A lot of people get the wrong idea, I think, when they look at Trade Ideas at the beginning and they see all the alerts and filters that we have and say, I can't learn them all. This is way too complicated. Well, you don't have to learn them all. Why we have as many as we do, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So we've tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? It's not unlike looking at a mic, you know, if you have Microsoft Word or something and you look at the manual, I mean, you look at that and you think, oh my gosh, I can't learn this. Well, of course not. You don't have to learn everything. You know, you just kind of pick and choose what you want. I want to know how to print. I want to know how to maybe change my font. I want to know maybe some very basic things, you know, but there's a lot of information there that if you want to get into it, it's there. Same thing with Trade Ideas. Okay, me, I probably use 0.5% of the alerts and filters, so you don't have to learn them all. So that's if you want to create your own scans. Now, as I already outlined, I am sharing a lot of scans. And also, if you click on, from our toolbar, you click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar, you'll notice here, these are all themed channels. So if I go to the momentum channel as an example, this is looking for stocks with momentum. So if you want to see what this is looking for, this alert window called Momo, I can right click, configure, summary. It's always kind of the same, and this tells you what it's looking for. All right. Now, just like with my scans that I'm sharing, if you didn't like the price range, for instance, on this particular scan, you could always change it. Say I wanted it between 10 and now my new favorite, 100 and 150. Okay. And I click on summary, see how it's changed. So you could do that. Of course, you can, so all the scans that I'm sharing, you can adjust. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. Maybe, again, you want a different price range. And when you get used to using trade ideas, you may even say, you know what, I'd like to add a different filter or take one out. You can start to, as you get more used to using trade ideas, or you don't have to change anything at all if you don't want to. Okay? Now, just a word about this. When I've made a change here, okay, if I leave this channel and then I come back to this channel, my change is not saved. Why? The channels are for everybody. All right, so the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. So what I'm really trying to describe right now, though, is that if you go to the individual channels and you see a scan that you might like, all you do is you save it to the cloud. Okay, if you want to make a change and then save it to the cloud. Why? Because now let's go to another channel. Let's go to the stock surging channel. So you look at this action is heating up. You think, well, I wouldn't mind having that one. Save it to the cloud. Go through the individual channels and start extracting windows that you might want to take a look at and incorporate them as part of your layout. If you've done that, save things to the cloud, then you file, load from cloud, and you'll see them. If you're just starting out, you'll just see them right off the top. You just highlight, load, thereby creating your own layout without really having to create scans from scratch. But we try to make it very, very, very easy for you. Okay? Now, is there a learning curve to using trade ideas? Of course. But that's, of course, why I'm here, why Chris is there from 3:30 to 4:30, why we have other traders taking over between 12 and 1 in YouTube. We're always available to answer questions. Now, let me talk a little bit about the AI, which we nickname Holly. So if you have our premium service, this is what I do. Just make it just uncomplicated. Click on New from our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you see. Never mind these two. I'm using a dock. I'm not going to go over docking too much, but this is what you'll see. This window right here, okay? And you just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. You can't say, like, is there anything to do? No. You'll have an entry time. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35, okay? Holly doesn't have any pre-market selections or any post-market selections, okay? How you trade this will be up to you. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You can, me, I never take anything unless I take a look at the chart. So you have an entry, you have a stop. Again, how you trade it will be up to you. I use it like a watch list all day long. Sometimes, the AI gets bounced out of a trade. Maybe it gets stopped out, and then it comes back down to the original entry, and you can always take a look at it then. All right, so I use it like a watch list. There's no delay, Scott. No, there's no delay. I use it like a watch list. Do I take every Holly trade? Of course not. I shouldn't say of course not. I don't. Oh, man. I'm missing some great ones here, guys. This CD is awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Whew. 737, now 581. This is almost the best one. Why? Look at the percentage move from 737 to 581. China stock. and straight down. You know, no chance of getting whipped out of the trade with a giant green candle. No, CD was not in Holly. You know, people say that, well, that's a good question though. They might say, well, why isn't CD in Holly? The reason being is that just like I could say here, this is a scan, right, with filters. And so CD met the filter requirements, all right? The scans that made the cut today in the AI, for whatever reason, I mean, I'm sure we have, I think, 50 scans, and they get optimized every evening. There probably would have been one scan that would have shown a CD, okay? But that scan didn't make the cut, if that makes sense. Yeah, remember, this reminds me of, let's see, what are we now? Friday? This reminds me of Wednesday, guys. Remember Wednesday? At one point, the Dow was up 500, and then we ended down 500. Remember the Dow at the beginning of the day, and the SPY and tech, they're all up. In fact, you know what? Let's take a look at the sector status now. If you were here at 9 o'clock in the room, or at 9:20 or so, we took a look at the sector status, okay? And these are the major sectors, what they were doing in the pre-market. Every single one of them was positive. Every single one of them. Look at it now. I mean, look at the turnaround. When I say positive, what these percentages are, so for instance, there's the XLE, the major ETF for energy sector. These are the stocks that make it up. When we saw this in the pre-market, 100% of them were up from yesterday's close. 100% of them up. Now only 13. When we looked at tech, I think it was like 88%. Now only 21%. You know, on and on and on. Now, interestingly, look at consumer staples. Interestingly. So this has completely bucked the trend. 87% of the stock. So if you were going to take one of these stocks, or a stock that was in, you know, consumer staples, like, you know, not every single stock that is a consumer staple stock is in here, you know, you'd be saying to yourself, okay, well, at least, you know, I'm following a trend. But look how this is just completely turned around from what we saw in the pre-market. Yeah, so Bill, I guess, you know, if I can remember to do it over the weekend, I'll make the changes that I did. Yeah, so this is what I've got now. Okay, so if you can follow me, the current volume is now 8, and the volume today is 500,000 shares. I think I even upped this. I think it's stock is up 40 cents from the open. And the flip of it will be down 40%, or 4 cents from the 40 cents from the open. This is the price range I'm looking at. I mean, that's up to you. But I think I made changes here. So the current volume is 8, minimum 500,000 shares, and then the daily breakouts on the upside have to be up 40 cents from the open, and then down has to be 40 cents down from the open, okay? Everything else is the same. Yeah, I'm just getting too many alerts. Even today, I mean, there are almost too many alerts on the downside, but, you know, look what the market's doing. Look at ARDX. This has been a persistent one, guys. ARDX has been very persistent. It has shown up in my option scanner 3 days now in a row. On that, Scott, I have no idea. I certainly don't get into the coding aspect. Yeah, the company was started in 2003. I think he's talking about the data. If you can hear me, Scott, I'm assuming, guys, first of all, when you ask me a question, I'm assuming you can hear me. If you ask me a question and you can't hear me, please say, I'm asking you a question, but I'm on mute. I've got you on mute for some reason. I see it. I see the new AI alert. Yes. So this is the new AI alert, guys. I don't like to talk about it as it happens, okay, because it's not fair for those of you who have our premium service. But I'll let the cat out of the bag, okay? $50 to a short Ollie, O-L-L-I. So Heatwave, do you have our service? Do you have trade ideas? Okay. Practice, then use the simulator, okay? Practice in the simulator if you want to get over the fear of shorting, okay? And that's because you've been brainwashed and think I can lose all my money if I short. Okay? I mean, in theory, yes. In practice, forget about it. Okay? So for instance, if I wanted to take a short of Ollie right now, yeah, shorts are available. I'll take 100 shorts or 100 shares. I'm going to short right at the market. It's not a bad spread. There, I'm in the short. Okay? Now, like any other trade, so just the concept is this. If I'm shorting something, I want it to go down in price. I know most of you want to go long or buy a stock. What are you hoping for? It's going to go up in price. Just flip in your head, just flip it around. Okay? When you short something, you want it to go down. Now, the same thing, if you go long a stock, you have to have a stop. Not every trade is going to work. You get into a trade at $10, where are you going to get out if it's not working? Based on, and how you're going to determine that, that's only going to come with practice. I look at a chart usually and see where there's a support level. So let's just say I got into a trade at 10 and I'm looking at a chart, say a 5-minute chart. I see a lot of support at 980. What I consider, my eyes are telling me that there's some support at 980. So I'll have a 20-cent stop. Okay? That's where I'll get out. The flip, I get into this one at 49.82, at 49.68. Well, my stop is now above the current price, that's all. Because, of course, remember, I'm hoping it goes down. So I'm just going to show you the mechanics of it. I'm not saying this is where you would put a stop. In fact, I'll put the stop where the AI put the stop. 52.95. Okay, you'll see a big red line appear on the chart. Actually, it's a blue line, okay? In this case, it's a blue line. But so right now, there's my stop, 52.95. I'm just using the stop that the AI suggested, okay? So with the number of shares I have, before I took the trade, I have to determine how much am I willing to risk and am I willing to use the AI stop, okay? So, right now it's telling me that if I got out of the trade with the 100 shares I took, I would, and I got stopped out, I would lose $300 approximately, okay? That's what that's telling me. And this is in the simulator. So just practice. That's all it is. Now, the other thing is that, when you're trying to short something, your broker has to have shorts available. And that's the only thing you have to consider. Sometimes, your broker, and it all depends on your broker. There's just some extraordinary shorts going on here, guys. SWBI, CD. I mean, just extraordinary shorting day. I'm not in anything right now. I'm, Then you don't have to get them all. I mean, don't, you can pick and choose a couple of them and ride them. So getting back to shorting, I mean, your broker has to have shorts available, number one. And you can usually, I can only tell you how, I mean, with interactive brokers, I can tell immediately, if shorts are available and how many, okay? So if shorts are not available, well, then you can't short the stock. And that goes broker to broker. Okay, blue collar, I'll put it right here. Okay, here it is. I'll make a note to myself to make the adjustments. Maybe I'll even add the DR in there. I can't do it myself. I have to get somebody else at Trade Ideas to do it. That's why, and I hate bothering the person. I don't want to constantly have them make adjustments to the scans that I have on my home page. So, but I'll ask them to do it over the weekend, so that should be okay. Okay, good. And then the flip on the breakout, the daily breakout, is just flipping this. I mean, it's the same. So obviously it's up 40 cents from the open, and of course, well, that's the same. But these values will be the same. It's just flipping this to be up 40 cents. The best reputation, probably, Center Point. I know some people use Cobra, all right. It's expensive. It's a little more expensive. So it all depends on how many you're willing to, how much you're willing to pay to get the shorts. IB, I mean, listen, IB, I find it's fine. I mean, yes, every now and then I go a little crazy when they don't have shorts, but I would say that for 90% of the time that I want a short, it's fine. And also, I mean, I'm in Canada, so I don't think Center Point or Cobra are available in Canada. But even if they're not, I'm not switching. Okay, I'm just not switching. It doesn't bother me that much. As far as I know, IB, yes, would be cheaper, yes. All right, guys. Now that I've missed all these other shorts, now we can, maybe start looking for bounces, some bounces. But before I would even entertain looking at a bounce, I want the market on my side. Right now, the market is not on your side to play bounces. What we really want to see, if you want to play bounces, is okay. There's the. Let me get a big SPY chart up. Okay, so what you want to see is something like this. Okay, maybe a base, and then a few green candles. They don't have to be giant ones, but just maybe finally an end to all the selling, and maybe start to see 3 or 4 green candles in a row, which will help your bounce plays. Okay, and especially bounce plays for stocks that are that are being beaten up just because the market is being beaten up, not because it had poor earnings or any news about it. Just stocks that are just being caught up in the selling wave. And again, practice trading using this Brokerage Plus window, okay? I neglected to say talk about one thing with Brokerage Plus. Okay, so I just put a link called Brokerage Plus. There's the link for it. In that link, there are 2 videos. Okay, there's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. Okay? Now, please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner first and foremost. You can use trade ideas with any scanner. It just means you can't use this window unless you have, it's an option, it's a feature. It's not mandatory to use it. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you don't have to use it. It's just a nice feature that we've got. Okay? Now the other main use of it is as a paper trader, simulator. Okay? If you're new to trading, I can't emphasize more to practice trading before you commit money to the market. You saw how I took a trade here, okay? Practice trading. Now, in that link, there is a longer video. The second video is a lot longer. It goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. It's about a 26-minute long video. A lot more detail about how you can use it, both in simulation mode or if you're linked to your IB or E-Trade account. Nope, it's part of our standard service. The only time you would need a premium, and I'm not a big proponent of it, you'll hear me say this all the time, is if you wanted to auto trade anything. We don't recommend auto trading the AI, but if you had a strategy that you created and you want to auto trade it, you need our premium service. Otherwise, standard is fine to use this. Now, the only other caveat is that you must be using the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available. You can see, look at the AI today. Look at this. Look at these 3. Huge moves. Huge moves. One got stopped out. Tried to go long KR. This was an earnings play from yesterday, but pretty hard to buck the market today, guys. Going long. But why did it alert? Well, all the filters were met at the time of the alert. And check out my lifetime lows. Look at this, guys. Oh, man. This is my lifetime low scan. I think I might even add that one. I'll have to add that one into the... I'll pass this on to anybody who wants it. No, not here. I won't do it here. All right, so these are the stocks that are not necessarily right at their all-time low, but within a certain percentage. So this is like 3% from the lifetime low, as an example. Okay, they're not necessarily right at their lifetime low. Here's this one. 0.6%, so it's almost at its lifetime low. Again, you know, these are just stocks that are being, why would anybody, I mean, I'm not saying they don't have any, there's no bounce in them, but, you know, I mean, these are just stocks that, you know, people usually flee from. Unless they have some news that's going to pop them on that day. Yeah, they may have yanked it completely, Jeff, in terms of the NVCT. They may have just yanked it completely, as opposed to just being postponed. But when it does start to trade, just give me a moment here. What I'm going to do right now, what time is it, 11 o'clock? Yeah, he posted. I mean, even if I'm, it's not that I'm not interested, Roberto. I'm always interested in scans. I just have to, you know, I just have to, I can't have too many scans. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. But absolutely, post it. Oh, other Barry. Sorry. Okay. I'm sorry. You can hear me. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I don't anticipate we have too many next week, but I just want to show you, people, you know, tough time to be doing an IPO, but I want to show how you can, we don't have a scan for IPOs, but in my opinion, this is a better way to do it, you know, in my opinion. Let me load my IPO calendar. Okay, so there's my IPO calendar. I'll give you guys the link. This is what I use. Okay, so now I'm going to click on the IPO calendar. These are the past IPOs, okay? This is what we see here. I'm going to click on the IPO calendar. Now, today is the 3rd, all right? So these are all, I completely, I don't even look at these ones. You know, you can tell that these are SPACs, all right? Because they're coming in at $10. All the SPACs come in at $10. I don't care about them, all right? Now, if you want to, you can go ahead and look at them, but I just don't care about them. But these are the IPOs coming up. This is for next week. Here's the date. On the 6th, the 8th, the 9th, the 9th, and then there's the following week. So this is what I do. So here's the exercise. So you don't have to do it right now, but say over the weekend, spend, depending on how many IPOs there are, you might spend 10 minutes or so, but this is what I do. Now, listen, I mean, this could be a really interesting one. Why? Look how many shares are being issued on this one. 1.5 million, $9 to $11. This is only 6.3. Some very HCP, but this is what I'm trying to tell you to do, or suggest you do. So here's one, okay? AUST. So what I'm going to do is I'll just put this over here. Hopefully I don't lose it. Okay, so I'm going to put AUST. Okay, obviously it's not trading yet. I'm going to right click, create a price alert. I'm going to put $1 because obviously it's going to open. When it opens, it'll be over $1. Now, here's the only time I use the notes. I want to put some notes. I want to put 3 million. So I'm going to know the size of it. Between 4 and 6. And I'll also put who is the lead underwriter, Roth, okay? Save, okay? Now if you're not using our price alerts window, I really recommend you do. I click on new, and then price alerts window. Okay, I'm going to show you what mine looks like. Okay, this is what my price alerts window look, and you can see right at the bottom, right there. Okay, so when this triggers, when it starts to trade, I'll know about it because it's on my price alerts window. It'll be right at the top because I sort on the trigger time. I minimize this window because when a price alert happens, this window will pop right on my screen, so I can't miss it. So I'll know when that starts to trade. And why I put a note in is so that I know I can kind of get a sense for, wow, only 3 million shares, low price. Those are the ones that can go absolutely crazy. I'm not saying that's going to happen on that one. So let's do the next one. INTS, another crazy, that's very, very low number of shares. They're not raising very much money, but you never know. This could just go crazy the day of. So, INTS. Okay. Create the price alert. $1. Put in my notes section. $1.5, 9 to 11. And I don't know Alliance at all, but I'll just put them in here. Okay, save it. Now this is a rate. I don't know if I want to be that in. Well, you never know. I mean, only 6.3. I'll do it. REFI. Oops. Create a press alert. 6.3, 16 to 18. And, you know, we've got a few more. JMP. I'm just going to put JMP and Oppenheimer. I know those two. Okay. Now, this could be a big one. I don't know if this is HashiCorp. We can let our imagination go crazy, but HCP, that's a big one. Probably not going to be that interested in it, but because it's in a lot of it's out of the price range that I like to trade. But you know what? Why is that happening? Again, 15.3 million. Between 68 and 72. So what this tells me, by putting this where they anticipate it opening, or this is the IPO price, if it opens at 100, you know that there's a lot of enthusiasm for it, right? If it opens at 50, that means, ooh, look out. Okay, so Morgan Stanley, Goldman is behind this one, JP Morgan, you know, so there's some big names behind this one. And then the last one, another big one, NU. But look at how many shares, 200. It's kind of a crazy one, guys. 289 at 8. I'll put it in. I don't anticipate anything really happening with this one, but anyway, you can see the exercise I'm going through. This is a strange one to me. So obviously, some weeks when we're really an IPO week, you could have 20 coming in that week. But that's the exercise to go through. And why I think it's better than just having an IPO scan. When you create the price alert and it pops up on your screen, you don't have to race around to see, well, I wonder how many shares were issued, what was the IPO price, who's behind it. Your alert window will tell you all of that information, okay? Stay home. All right, guys, what time is it now? As I say, you know, because I had those two early trades, you know, I'm kind of set for the day. Doesn't mean I'll stop trading, but and here's one that is 27. Ugh. Guys, I mean this is the. Give me a moment here. This is the scan of the day. No doubt about it. The daily breakdowns. Absolutely the scan of the day. So again, why I like the don't repeat, I mean, for the obvious reasons before, but sometimes, you know, maybe I've missed an alert. Okay, I haven't seen it for whatever reason. I've got a sound alert on, but you know, I'm doing a lot of things. I can get tugged in different directions, and maybe I missed this one. So I can always take a look. Oh, there's DCTH at 772. Has it moved? No, actually, it's moved up. Okay, so I mean, it didn't really drop that much. But I can always say, okay, what if it moves back down to that 772 mark? So maybe I just put an alert underneath 7, or not underneath, sorry, underneath 8, and see if it hits that later on. Okay? Meanwhile, SG, so there was the original alert, SG 2798. I mean, obviously the market is helping, but my goodness, I mean, you know, this sweet green, we saw this one yesterday. You know, we saw this yesterday in that scan. I mean, it's just, you know, making new low after new low, way below the lifetime low now. And why it says minus 13 is because it's always referring, it's not today's candle, daily candle. So that's why, you know, how can something be minus 14% below its lifetime range? Whew. You know, and I mean, the reason I'm not, I just can't chase this one. You know, I will not chase it. I have I've got very good discipline about not chasing things, even though, you know, this looks like it's just going to continue down. But and look at the DOQ. I'm not in this one anymore. That was just an awesome. I don't typically trade this price of a stock, but you know, in theory, it still has room. I mean, there is the low 131 and 5 downgrades this morning. On top of, you know, I mean, it got downgraded. I don't know when they did their downgrades. Obviously, it was after they released earnings, but still, five companies decided to downgrade this one this morning, which is the reason why. You know, it didn't take. I may have taken it anyway, but when I saw that, I thought, wow. Yeah, so far, look at what the market's doing right now, guys. The market is flattened out a little bit over those last 45 minutes. I'm sorry, this over the last 30 minutes. That candle is just, we're only a minute into this candle, or a minute and a half or so into this candle. But look out, I mean, if this turns into a giant red candle, I mean, look out. No, I saw DNA earlier, but again, I just can't. There's just so much happening, Sam. I mean, I know you keep pointing things out to me, but I mean, I've just got so much is happening. Here's another one, another all-time low, RDW. You know what might be a nice compare account window? Let's see if I can create one. Is comparing stocks making new all-time highs versus stocks making new all-time lows. I don't think we're going to find too many making all-time highs right now, but I mean, that can turn. Yeah, this one I can't short. DIDI, just no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, DIDI. Now, you've got to be careful on this DCTH, even if you wanted to take a short. Why? 7.7 million in the float. So, it's such a low float. I probably should even set a rule that a low float stock, I don't want to necessarily short. I remember I did this one on Kirk yesterday. I had no idea it was such a low float. The reason I say that is that, the low floaters, of course, can be very whippy. Up and down. Yeah, guys, I mean, I know it's off topic. But, this vaccination commentary may be getting a little tedious, okay? You guys have made your point, and just move on. I know you're putting it on all off in the off topic, but the off topic, yes, it is in theory off topic. Kind of anything goes, but I'm always thinking about just getting rid of it. The off topic to me, this is what I kind of meant by off topic, is that the market is doing this, the market's doing that. I'm suggesting that things like that, but relevant to the market. Stocks only is just what it says. Let's talk about a specific stock. Okay? It's like what Rubber Toe was posting in there. Here's a scan that I'm using, maybe to find stocks that are getting close to halts. That's for me what off topic is all about. This is not a chat room, all right? It's not a chat room. You want to talk about politics or anything else, plenty of chat rooms out there. No, Barry, I'm saying that's fine. That's all. We're just like Real said, a place for more in-depth discussions on stocks. Okay, so Roberto wants to post a scan about finding stocks that might be close to halts. I mean, that's perfect. Okay, that is a discussion about stocks, maybe not a specific stock, and that's why we want a specific stock in stocks only. But I don't want the off topic to to turn into a fist fight. So here's one, guys. For instance, why is Joan moving up? It is actually an earnings play. Joan is, bucking the trend. It just had a little pop here. Joan, Joan. So, looking for a counter play. I'm not saying to take the trade. I'm just pointing this out. The only problem I see is that, it's got some resistance not that far away. Quilters need to quilt. All right, guys, I'm just taking a look at the ollie from the AI. I mean, it's still kind of in the area. It's not collapsing yet. It's a nice little move for Joan, guys. Look at the volume coming in too. I mean, it's not trading a lot, but it's also a low float. It's 4 times normal. Doesn't really, not that active a stock. But as I mentioned before, what's the high right there? 1028. So the next high on the weekly chart is 1028. You know what? I mean, if it somehow can break through that, then you look at that weekly chart, it's got a shot to get to 11. I'm not saying it's going to, but just pointing it out. So if you were interested in something like that, you would just put an alert, price alert. What, 1028? So I'm just going to try to eyeball it. Okay, I can't quite get the... I just can change it, of course, to 1028 and see if it takes it out at some point. All right, guys. I'm just not seeing anything new. Wow, DraftKings. Yeah, I know. Zach was mentioning DraftKings. Look at DraftKings. Oh, GKNG. I'll bet you real if you looked at a daily chart and that regression, I'll bet you DraftKings looks pretty awesome too. Whew, I'm just looking. Even the champion meme stock just getting killed. GME. I'm sure AMC is probably doing the same sort of thing. Yeah. I'm just always intrigued by this GME, but let's take a look at it. If it takes out, it's at a bounce here, but Yeah, that area right down here, 140, 150, takes that out. I would say, I'll stick an alert down here. And GME's earnings next week. Okay, guys, okay, we're getting a little bit of a bounce. Getting a little bit of a bounce. Let me bring that big SPY chart up. Look at the bottoming tails. Again, big clues, okay? Bottoming tails, topping tails, they can be big, big clues. So again, here's that 15-minute chart. The sellers had it down here. Buyers closed it here. Nothing fantastic. Sellers tried again. Look at that. The sellers tried again. The buyers closed it here. The sellers tried again to knock it down. But now look what the buyers are doing. I mean, they look like they're in mini control right now. Okay? But, you know, these bottoming tails and topping tails, they're great clues about potential direction changes. Same thing on you know, if you saw a series of topping tails, meaning that the buyers had it up to a certain price, but the sellers knocked it down, buyers had it up, sellers knocked it down. So eventually, one group just gives up for a while. Okay, I mean, if you were constantly trying to sell the SPY or sell, and the buyers kept moving it higher on you, eventually you might say, okay, you can have it for a while. You know, I'm not going to, you know, maybe I'll get back in later, but I'm going to watch to see what happens. Well, Portnoy is he's a clown, that's for sure. He's a rich clown, but I thought he sold it. But maybe I'm wrong. I thought he was done, but obviously I'm wrong. Okay, so now again, if you're playing bounces, you know, some of them might start to work. A bouncing on a stock that is, again, just beaten up because the overall market's down, not because it had specific news about it, bad earnings, a bad, bad news about it. Yeah, thank you. I didn't think he was DraftKings. Yeah, not. I mean, Donkey could bounce. Don't get me wrong; it could bounce, but it has specific news. This may have sunk anyway. Remember, this is after hours. Okay. Remember, the market was really strong yesterday. Remember, we had a nice big day yesterday. So this is after hours when everybody was, everybody's doing the happy dance about the market. So this is after hours. So this could have continued down today regardless. I'm sure that, with the market being down, it probably didn't hurt it in terms of the bigger move down. But this was already down a lot after hours yesterday. And again, this is after the market was way up. Look at this Joan, guys. I mean, if Joan bases here just underneath that alert of 1027, which is the high of last week, yes, and it pops through in volume, this is kind of interesting. Oh man, SWBI continues down. All right, remember yesterday we had Kroger in the AI. We had Kroger. I will show this right now. I mean, don't mind. We had Kroger in the AI twice, but one was on the short side, one was on the long side. I mean, it happens because they were two different strategies, and you know the filter values were met, and the trigger met. I mean, we can't control that, but here we see SPWH again in two different strategies. You know, I know it says Holly Neal, but two different strategies triggered it, but at least in the same direction. Here's another earnings play, guys. Zooms, Z-U-M-Z. Another earnings play. Oh boy, this does not trade very much. I'm surprised. I thought this traded a lot more. It's only 200,000 shares. I mean, it's 3 times normal, but that's boy, another low float. 21 million in the float for $45 stock. Probably too whippy. But you know, if you do look left, I mean, it does have room, $48. But you know, with that float, it could be very whippy. I mean, you can just look at the 15-minute chart. It's ugly. The donut, grinding up or grinding down? My guess is down, but let's see. No, I'm wrong. Wow. People sitting at home eating Krispy Kremes. Yeah, had a good week. I mean, it came off 13, the bottom, which would have been 2 days ago. All right, guys, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing anything extraordinary. Keep waiting to see if Ollie, O-L-L-I, really wants to take out 50. Okay, here's another, wow, really little one. Well, there's the CTIC. I know some will follow this. Look left on the daily chart. $1.70 was the high yesterday. Getting into that right at that level. The next high looking left is around 2. So, you know, I mean, if it can maintain this, it has a shot to get to 2. Here's another one at a lifetime low, NNOX, NanoX Imaging. Another lifetime low. Israeli stock. They had earnings last week or on the 17th. All right, guys, it's 11:36. So what I want to do, I just want to confirm that Andy will be in our YouTube room at noon when I do take my break. Now, there's Joan right at that level. If you were around in the dot-com era, I will disagree. I will disagree. I remember those days because what would happen is some analysts would say, we think this company, you know, I'll pick ABC and the stock is at $50, okay? We think this could be a $200 stock in, you know, as our price target. So the day of it would go to 200. I mean, I'm somewhat exaggerating, but not a lot. Yeah, well, I just remember all those sort of things happening. A company would announce that they, remember, this is way back, guys, I mean, before websites, but they would say, we're launching a website. Boom, stock would go $10, $20, $30, just like that, just because they launch a website. And then, of course, it all came crashing down. All right, guys. Again, I'm just checking to see if Andy is... Yeah, so it is Andy. Okay, so Andy will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Andy is more of a swing trader than I am, so if you want to head over there when I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. Oh, perfect. I was a way different trader back then. I had no scanning tools. I can pop that in. I don't have the lifetime lows. I will add it. I will add it to the scans that I'm sharing over the weekend. I can remember to do it. So there's the link right there. Okay. Jets. So I'm assuming you're saying the airlines are moving. Yeah, jets, yeah. But to where now? I'd almost want to short this one. But I'm not going to do anything right now, guys. I'm going to be taking my break in about 15, so I'm just going to bide my time. I don't want to get anything right now. Smith & Wesson, wow, SWBI just coming into... Well, you know what? In 1641, I thought maybe this might hold it, but not even close. Look at that monthly chart. This is just being creamed, only 13% above its all-time low. So Delta, Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. So yeah, well, you're looking at jets. So a nice turn. So you must have pounded that one down. How's Robinhood doing? Another all-time low. Wow. I did see your post on DL. I'm just kind of biding my time right now. Yeah, that was not a big breakout, guys. So, bounce plays totally in suspect right now, or totally suspect right now. Look at that red candle. So, the the people shorting or selling, let the market, let those who wanted to play bounces for about 30 minutes, but they look like they're back in control. All right. Well, the AI really wants you guys to short Ollie. Here's another one. Another one in which two different strategies on the short side for Ollie. It just will not give up that 50 without a fight, though. That's a big psychological number. Whoa, look at this one, guys. This is a great green bar ignored. Okay, look at the SG on the 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart. So we have a downtrend. We have a green candle right there, totally engulfed by the previous red candle. And then the next candle is red, moving below the low of that green candle. This could signify a further short. So think of it this way: a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend continues, or the trend continues, okay? Nice one, Asterix. I see what you've done there. You're not French or by any chance? Excellent. That's a nice testimonial. Did you have standard before and you upgraded to premium? Asterix, did you have standard before? Or is this the first, this is your first subscription with, and you took out a premium subscription? Maybe he can't hear me. Ah, I see. Okay. Mattersport. Remember this one, guys. I mean, $38. It's only 2 days ago. $38 2 days ago. Now, on that day, we had a lot of selling. More selling yesterday. More selling today. I guess the metaverse is dead. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in for those of you who want to head over to YouTube at around noon when Andy takes over in our YouTube room. Okay, I'll be taking my break at noon. Now, this is, no, it's not, are you kidding me? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was going to say, if it's got anywhere close to 16, there's the next high looking left. This is basically straight up. There's a trend, guys. You want a definition of an alpha stock? You know, print this chart out, the 15-minute chart. This stock doesn't care about what the overall market's doing. And it does have some news. I see. So some fund, I don't know who this one is, but Lucrezia, I don't know how to pronounce it, but trading higher after Form 4 filing showed a purchase of 274,000 shares at so $14.28 a share. Did you see that this morning, Zach, by any chance? Because that's, obviously that is good news for this company. You saw that. I must have missed it. I'm sure you posted it. I must have just missed it. Well, I can't short donut at there's no shorts of it. Well, I'm just looking left on the daily chart. Okay, there's the next high. Also for me, if shorts were available, the closer it got to 16 in here, I would probably take a hard look at a short. But I can't because there's no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I mean, there's only so much it can keep going higher in the face of this market, in my opinion. Oh, you didn't post it. Okay, then I don't feel so badly. Now, when I say, you're saying look left and resistance, I mean, that doesn't absolutely, it's only one day, but it's amazing, guys. It's just amazing how often a stock will stall, even though it's just one day. You wouldn't think that should prove to be a lot of resistance. And I mean, I don't know if Donut could keep going and blast right through that. But we've just seen it time and again. Even just one day, you look left, and it can stall the stock. Yeah, Andy, way more of a swing trader than I am. Way, way, way more. I don't know how you swing in this market, but, sure there's some ideas. Nerdy. Wow, there's another IPO, guys. Or was it a SPAC? Yeah, so this was a SPAC, okay. Another all-time low, DNA. Not showing up here, the reason being, look how many we had in here, but the reason being is that the relative volume's only 6. And I have a pretty tough, I think it's got to be 10 in here. Oh, 8. Okay, 8. And even then, look at all the alerts we're getting. You loaded the lifetime blank. This? Well, let me make sure. Where's that link? Okay, it was a delayed reaction, but there it is. So I know the link works. The link definitely works. Do you have alerts for other scans that you've got? Because there's nothing to do. I mean, I just loaded it and it does work. So that's all you have up and running? You have no other scans and you have a green ball? So you're connected. Try going to account and then do a reset, just to see if that helps. Okay, so in the toolbar, click on account and do a reset. So, I mean, this is, let me know. I don't know how I can help you. So when you're looking at the AI, where are you looking at it from? Are you looking at it in the channel bar? Well, yeah, but the settings, if you copied my link, I mean, then you've got you've got the same settings that I do. Okay, unless I'm sure you didn't change anything, but so how are you looking at the AI? How are you looking at Holly? Are you looking at it from the channel bar, or are you looking at it from click new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window? How are you looking at it? Okay, so this is what you see. You see this, not these two, but you see all the alerts. Okay, so do me a favor, and I'll give you another one to load. Just something else. Load this one. You know what? Might not get too many alerts though. Shoot. Okay, here's what I'm going to find the old basic new highs and lows. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so and there's SWBI. Wow. Okay, load this one and tell me if you're getting alerts, because that's a pretty active scan. Okay? You see, this is what it's doing right now. SWBI to SWBI, SWBI. Oh, there's another, probably was a SPAC, guys, just based on the price. Probably was a SPAC, TBLA, just crashing. I mean, another one, all-time low. Okay, so there's something, yeah, you might have to do a hard reboot. There's something going on then. You're not connected. If you're not getting any alerts from that one, then you're not connecting. You might have to do a hard reboot, yes. And if you're still having issues, uh, you're not a new subscriber, are you a brand new subscriber? But no, that doesn't make sense because you're getting AI alerts. So I was thinking maybe your agreements weren't signed correctly, but if you're still having issues, because I'll be taking a break pretty soon here, then I'm going to have to send you to the home page. Just today? Brand new today? Or in other words, okay, so you had alerts before. Okay. All right, well, do a hard reboot. Yeah, Chris is saying send an well, yeah, send if you want. You can. Well, I've actually.
Hello, traders. That was quick. Can you hear me? All right. Great. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Perfect Circle. All right. Welcome to today's support webinar. This is Friday, and an ugly Friday at that. We'll have to see how we close here, but you can see the spiders right now just laying on this 3-day low. So I hope you guys are staying safe out there. All right, for some of you guys who may be new in here, maybe the first time, maybe you were in Barry's live stream and all of a sudden you're hearing my voice. This is our support webinar. I'll be taking it over for the next hour, and we will talk about any questions that you might have about the software, or if you have any questions about the stocks or the market, we can talk about that too, for sure, if that's always fun. But a lot of carnage today, and I know it's been a buy the dip market, but you always have to be prepared for a possible bounce not happening. That's the way I look at it anyway. I always get kind of bearish on these moves. Am I in all cash? Well, actually, and Chris can vouch for me because I called it in. I did buy some TZA today. Bought some TZA this morning at 29, I believe 29.70 range. No, I'm sorry, 20. Somewhere in here as it went to highs. It was early. I'll have to go look, but just was watching the IWM, and this right here was very bearish, I thought, in my opinion, when we broke out. It's what we call a bull trap a lot of times when you get a major breakout of a range to the upside and it fails. That can be very dangerous. And then, of course, it got below its moving averages, And I wanted to be patient to maybe come up here and hit the moving averages, but I didn't know if I was going to get that. So I bought some TZA this morning. I did do a few scalps. When it gets like this, I may get short, and then I'll day trade some stuff to the long side. I bought ARDX this morning, scalped out of all of it, except I still have 25% of my position. I wished I'd scalped out of all of it, but I got busy, and I'm still sitting in 25% of this position, but I had a decent scalp on the first 75%. And then, let me see, I may have gotten stopped out of this. No, I played a scalp, this can I thought was overdone this morning, down 27%, and you can see it came down to a nice little ledge there. Bought some at 629. I scalped out half of it. I bought a decent chunk, and then I scalp out half. That's what I'll do a lot of times. We just get in a day trading mode. I'll scalp out half quick, and then. But I could be. I think I'm in around 629, I believe, and I think the rest of mine is going to get scalped out if it breaks below 25 or something like that. So I may get stopped out of my second half, but I don't typically will catch like falling knives, but if I see something I think was really overdone, just on kind of the China market selling off really hard, and this was down, 20 much bigger percent than what I'll give it a little shot for things like that. The problem is when you do something like that, you got to be. I mean, if you're wrong, you get out quick. In other words, if this thing would have reversed and went, I would have been out really fast if it went to lows. It's okay. It's okay to try to catch bounces, guys, but you got to be disciplined. You can't get stubborn, and it's easy to get stubborn saying it's got to bounce sometimes. No, it doesn't, So I don't. I'm not one that'll shy away from playing a bounce in something. Now, if it's news, like I think Barry and you guys were probably shorting Docu this morning. If it's news, I won't, because those things can sell off forever. But wasn't really a lot of news in Can. It was down 27%, so I couldn't find anything. So thought I'd give it a shot. I just had up the biggest percentage down on the day. Let me see what I did with that. It's one of our channels, and I pulled it up, and let me just pull up I think I saved it for somebody who wanted to see it. Biggest losers today. So I just had this up, and Can was on there, and I was looking for China stocks that may have been overdone, and so you can see it's still on there now. So I gave it a shot there, but it's not for everybody. I mean, if you're not real disciplined, and I'm always quick to take half off. If I get a little move, it wasn't much of a move at all, maybe 25 cents, and I just scalped it, and then that lets me stay a little staying power on the rest. I could actually stop it at lows, but I'm just like this market is really weak today. And ooh, what happened here? Let's see. I didn't miss it. I missed this morning. That was a great short and sold. Ooh, I was not looking. Chris, I wonder if Chris needs to tweet that if we haven't, and I will later. Can you share this one? Yeah, I can share it. You can find it. Let me just show you what to do, Iris. I will share it, but anytime, just go. Here's the channel right here. It's just going down channel. Okay, so just pull up a channel bar, a docking channel bar, and you can just go to the going down channel, and you can see the biggest losers. I mean, I'm hesitant to even point out to you guys things like this, but because playing bounces, like I said, it's not for everybody, and if you're not real disciplined, it's easy to get sucked into thinking it, instead of reacting. Boy, yeah, that's a couple of good trades today for Holly on the short side. Okay, I will share it with you. Let me dig it back up here. Let me see what I do with it. Gosh, I always have a hard time finding these things once I... Ah, jeez, what I do with it. There it is. There you go, Iris. Has Barry been running you guys any races? Let's run a race. They're fun, and I'm telling you what, I had my webinar yesterday, and I gave a really good example of how these races, man, can really find stuff that you're not going to find in a top list. All right, so these are basically two. Pull this over here. All right, so this is going to be up movers. Open, change from open is what we're using. Okay, change from close is greater than or is better than change from. I'm sorry, change from open is better than change from close. I did a webinar on that as well. Too many people use change from close, and what happens is a stock may gap up 30%, but what if it sells off to it's only up 15%? Now you're looking at this stock in your top list that is really been trading down all day, but since it's still up from the close, you know, it's just cluttering up the stocks that are really moving upward today. So I like to use change from the open. This is $1 to $10, and oh, okay, sorry, there you go. And this is going to be $10 to $30. Okay, change from the open. So we're going to run this now. We are seeing a lot of. I need to put an ETF filter in here. I see. I got this from Sean. I guess he probably trades a lot of ETFs, but we're going to run a race anyway. I'm not going to do that. Well, let's do it because it's going to, let me change this and just put an EPS filter in there to remove all those bearish ETFs that are cluttering it. Put one in this one. And for some of you guys who may not know, may not see what I'm doing here, basically this is just a way to it's a hack to eliminate all the ETFs coming through. It's basically just telling the algorithm you have to have earnings, all right, to appear in my window. All right. And Donut's been coming through these races. You would have seen this. You was running these races pretty much all day. All right, so let's do this. And let me make sure that it's going to eliminate this without me refreshing the whole thing. No, that's a bearish. That's a bearish. So I'm going to have to start it like this. Sorry, guys. So we're going to start real-time race. And we are going to drag this down and run 20 cars. We're going to run it for 15 minutes. And I don't want it based on price. I want a percentage. A percentage is more relative to the price of the stock, so you'll get kind of a better visual of what's really moving. All right, let's do the same thing with this one. Right now, you got to stretch it out to be able to put the 20 cars in there. And 15 minutes and change from the open percentage. All right. And we'll run these side by side. All right, we can move these out of the way now. And maybe it's a good time to start because we might be getting a little bounce in the market. We'll see. And position these so I can still kind of see how my positions are doing. It's hanging in there. But now I got this 10 period, this 15 period, 10 period moving average that could force this thing lower and I get stopped out. We'll see. All right, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Let's see. Gary, care to share your website for analyst ratings? My website, Gary, I'm not sure what you're referring to. I don't, first of all, I don't look at too many analyst ratings. I definitely don't have a website that I have those on. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Gary, there. All right, it's early, but let's take a look anyway. TRIT, a small move there in TRIT. Now, obviously, we're almost 3 hours into the day, so it's not going to be, seeing the moves probably like we saw this morning, when. But anyway, you can catch some stuff in here. Boy, there's a lot of course, with the ugly market, yeah, there's a lot of stocks in here that really aren't performing all that well, which is obvious in an ugly market nowadays. So not the best time probably to be running these, but maybe we'll see something that's performing pretty well. That doesn't look bad. Take a look at the daily on this one. Okay, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Now, I don't know what this stock is going to do, but if you're just looking at a top list, okay, and then all of a sudden, this is all you're looking at, you are not going to catch something like this that's moving right now. Now, I don't know if this is going to keep moving, but hypothetically, let's say that it's going to, it's going to keep going higher and moving. Okay, if you're just looking at a top list, change from the open to see these, numbers changing in here. Not only that, looking at all your other charts and alerts and all that, you wouldn't see that. But if you're running a race, and what will happen is, and I gave a great example in the webinar yesterday, and also tweeted it out, this STRN. Let me show you. Right here yesterday, okay, had a nice little pop, and it came through my race just shooting out at, 411. Well, I pulled up the top list, and it was like way down the list. There's no way you would have seen that looking at a top races. So this just gives you a different visual, different perspective on looking at data. And I think, man, I'm telling you, I think a lot of people are going to like it. Now, once again, today's probably not the best day. CTIC kind of popping up there. That one's been having a good day. Now, you may have had this one on your blotter because it's on the top of the list of the movers there. But what you're not going to catch is some of these ones that are popping up that may not be anywhere near the top 5 or 6 in the list. Irish, I'm thinking, I'm on my second dev version. So been kicking it around and looking for bugs and things like that. And so far, so good. I've been running a lot of them, and I haven't really come across any bugs yet. Now we do still have a few bugs with the charts, kind of we're still working on. But other than that, the races have been doing great. So I'm hoping, just the way it's normally gone through experience, how many dev versions I get and how many all of us get, I should say, and we check it out. But I'm thinking probably in the next couple of weeks. But to to give you a definite answer, I can't do that. But I'm hoping in the next couple of weeks, maybe in time for Christmas, maybe in time for the big Christmas sale. Let me just put an alert in here that I'll know I got stopped out at. I think I have it around 25. I'm just going to put alert there, so I'll know if that baby. It's digging in though. Oh, good, Iris. I'm glad. I'm glad you love it. Here's that Tilly's again. You know, and like I said, this is nowhere near the top of the list. Okay, it's about the fifth one down, but it had a nice little pop when we started running it. You wouldn't have seen that on a regular top list, I guarantee you. Um, so, but this perspective right here, it's just real easy to obviously look to see which ones are moving at the moment. Iris likes it. It's cute. Yeah, cute little cars. Maybe we need to get some monster trucks in there for the big caps. Timothy, uh, there's only a few guys here, and I'm not one of them, unfortunately, that are really good with formulas. Well, I should say guys and gals, but we have a couple of them that are good. So if you want to talk formulas, send it to info@trade-ideas.com. There's the email. I just dropped it in there. That's the best place. Just basically, just be precise. Yeah, you're welcome. Just be precise on what you're trying to build, and we'll definitely, if it's doable, we'll know it. So. Oh, good question there, Matt. Okay, I'm running two races because what I've done is I broke it down from between $1 and $10. Okay, so in other words, instead of just having something from $1 all the way to $100, I wanted to break them down. So I have a top list of change from open $1 to $10, and this is $10 to $30, and also have 130 and above, $30 to $70 and 70 and above. I just didn't want to clutter it up with too many races going, so and really, let's face it, most of us traders, we like to trade, things, well, as far as, especially when it comes to scalping. There's that CTIC again. You're welcome. Yeah, no problem. Now here's a China stock that's been beaten up. Now I noticed when I run the races today, it's doing good. It tried to gap down below that $5 level, and it's got, for some reason it's got buyers coming in. I mean, that's an ugly looking daily there, but intraday it's trying to move higher. What is this thing right here? That's not doing much. Donut. My first several races that I ran this morning, this was always the leader. And obviously, it's getting tired, so it's not doing as well in this race. So. The gap is in here. Beaten up retail. Yeah. Okay, it's been running for 10 minutes, so it only has about 4.5 minutes left. Excuse me a moment, please. Okay, sorry about that. WW, the little pop there. Yeah, Friday afternoon is probably not the best time to be starting these races. They're better, and really, I don't like to start them right from the, bell. I like to wait 30 minutes. I could see an argument for starting at 15 minutes, maybe after the bell. And then and here's the goal. Okay, we're going to have like a channel. I mean, a whole separate circuit. I'd like to call it a circuit because that's what the race car is. And when you go on that circuit, you race these different races. So anyway, but it'll be very similar to the channel bar where you can just go in and watch these races continuing, pretty much all day. We'll have them like auto refresh, so where they'll run for like 15, 20 minutes, and then they'll start over. So it's going to be pretty cool. Donuts made me tired too. It's definitely a visual thing, and Perfect Circle I'm telling you, even for forever, okay, pretty much every scanning software, alerting software has these grid type image that we look at. And for real-time alerts, when you're looking for things that are popping, yeah, I can understand you're not going to be able to beat something like Extreme Master Blaster, for looking for things that are hitting high on huge volume. But looking at a top list, like I was telling the other people that you had probably stepped away, it's really hard to see in a top list when something's moving unless it's one of the top 2 or 3 that you're maybe looking at. So let's take for example this Tilly's. Okay, when we started this had a little pop from highs, and obviously it wasn't doing huge volume at the time, and it probably wasn't coming through any of my alerts. But and I'm obviously not going to see this in a top list, especially if it's down 10 places. It's just going to be kind of a mess as these numbers kind of just switch back and forth. So this just gives you a different perspective, and obviously it's not doing good right now. But had this thing, like the one I was looking at yesterday, it's a couple of them actually, ARDX and this STRN yesterday, you came through and they had great moves. But if you weren't looking at the race, there's no way you would have seen it because they were kind of in the middle of the pack in any of your top list, and they weren't coming through with extreme volume. So it's just, it's really hard to catch. Okay, this one just finished, and that one just finished. All right, I'll start them again and just pull them over to the side. We won't have to watch them, but this is what you can do. You just keep starting them. Okay, we know this is stocks that are the highest percentage up from the open, not the close. So we'll run it again. I'll move it aside. But anyway, yeah, it's a visual thing. It's funny. I read a book about 20 years ago, And it was about a trader who would every morning before the market would open, he would step in this like simulator and put on this, whatever he was putting on back then. But anyway, he would see the market as a landscape. Okay, and the bell would ring, and then all of a sudden these buildings would start sprouting up all over the landscape like a city. Okay, and that represented stocks and sectors and things like that. There were different things in there, but so that was his avatar, was basically buildings, coming up, erecting in the city. This is just same kind of principle, just that our avatars are race cars. It's just a different perspective, a different way to look at data, and I think it's going to be big. I really do. Now it's like anything though. You can't have like too many races running, but it's just a lot easier to, look at this and see when things are, moving. Not only that, it'll point you out to some interesting setups as well. Like this PPSI right here, just pop into highs. Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to like it. And we'll probably, I shouldn't go there, but I was just say we're thinking about, just having a product for people that just want to, watch the races. And of course, we're going to do some gamification with this, where you can wager on the races at some point. Okay, decent pop here in the spies. Let's pull it up and see. Anybody who's bearish right now, probably, including myself, probably thinking, oh boy, here we go again. But we'll see. We're dealing with the, let me take off my pre-market. Yep, running right into our 10-period moving average. We'll see if market can bounce through that and get back control of the 50-period moving average. Yeah, just don't collaborate with DraftKings with your betting again. It's funny. I like doing DraftKings on the football fantasy. I do that 3 or 4 times a week. It's fun. Let me take a look at DraftKings. Oh yeah, that's ugly. Well, let's take a look. And when it gets this far out, where you have to scroll this far back, what I like to do a lot of times is look at the weekly. Okay, a lot of times it'll give you a different perspective on where things may be and at. And right now it is, let's just draw a little line and see what we got. Do have a wick back here that it's running into, so that'd be interesting. It bounced off that wick. Now this is a weekly, so it could have, hit this level several times on the daily chart, but see if that wick holds. And if it doesn't, boy, this could go back to its, IPO levels if it's not careful. Well, so far, let's take a look around the market here. I'll let you guys know. I got the race going over here, but it's like I said, it's Friday. We're 3 hours into the day. I don't expect a whole lot now, especially in this tape. All right, spies were trying to get through its 10-period moving average and got slapped down. Maybe we stick a alert right here. If it gets back through there, maybe we'll get a nice little bounce in the market. But right now, still under pressure, under its 50 period, obviously under its 10 and 20. And China, boy, let's see, just take a look at the Qs. Qs were down more today. Yep, they're down below their 50 as well. Pressure being put on by the 10 as well, and they're down almost 2.5%. So what we call a possible go to the downside on the Qs. But you got to put everything into perspective. We roll out here, and you know, as ugly as it is, I mean, look at the big picture. I mean, I heard something the other day that we could have a 40% correction and still be above the pre-pandemic highs. That's pretty wild. Not from here. I'm talking about still from the pre-pandemic highs. So that kind of puts everything into perspective when you think about it that way. That's why I would not be surprised at all with a 40 or 50% correction. If you look at the big picture and where we've come over the last 14 years, it would not be that big of a drop. Nobody would like it and it would hurt, but it wouldn't shock me, in other words. Maybe it would surprise me, but it wouldn't shock me. All right, so the Qs trying to hold that 50, and they very well could be. Let's see, could do that. IWM, and same thing. They're all kind of under pressure with their 10-period moving average right now. We'll see if that gets better. Okay, how did this one make it into the? This is an ETF. I'm not sure how that one made it in. Oh, because it does have earnings. I don't understand this. That's a bad data point, I'm sure. All right, let's take a look and see what's going on from the. Hey, there goes Donut again. Yeah, little pop there. See, the thing about it is when you race this on a time scale, like in 15 minutes, it's going to still show you the winning cars because it has to complete the race. So even though it may not be a very big move, you're still going to see cars, moving down the track. If that makes sense. Now, in the early goings, yeah, these things will also be moving, but it's just that time of day. Everything is pretty much trying to die out. Let's see if I can find anything. What is it? CTIC is still moving. Okay, come on, Can. You can do it. This thing right here got like a. I scalped it on this day. I wish I'd have bought it yesterday, but I didn't. There goes the SPY popping through the, trying to pop through the. See if that candle can close above the 50-period moving average. Where'd that fun? Where'd that come from? What was I talking about? Was I in Can? Talking about Can? That came up. No, ARDX, that's what I was talking about. This thing got a $13 price target by Citi, a major tier 1 bank. Yeah, thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. So yeah, I've been, you can see the volume, been coming in. It's been kind of nasty. That's why I always scalp a good portion. And this morning I bought it kind of early and before the breakout. I'll do that a lot of time, anticipate. I think I bought it at 75 and scalped most of it at like 190. And then held on to 25. I may just kind of hold on to that last little quarter size to see what happens, because if it can get in this gap, over here, boy, it could really get going around the 220 level. You can see the volume bars. Not trying to talk anybody into it, man, because it's just I just thought that was they raised their target from $7 to $13. I said, man, see if I can find the news. Oh, I'm too far down. What day was that? It took away all my news. Maybe they pulled it. Maybe it wasn't. What day was this on? Well, making a liar out of me. Well, it's in there somewhere. Maybe go to Yahoo. Okay, I know I saw it, man. Anybody can find it, let me know. Maybe they stuck it in there to suck everybody in, and they pulled it off. But I know I saw it somewhere. I'm not going to kill myself looking for it. PPSI, a little pop there from the race. Another one that you probably would not have seen if you're not running a race. And there it is, just kind of popped right before it's fun to just start these things back over again. There you go. All right, so the market did what it normally does. The buyers will step in, buy the dip. We'll see if it what kind of ump it has today. Let's take a look and see if the Qs are doing the same thing. Yes, they are trying to pop through their 10-period moving average. Could have a little relief bounce here. And IWM, same thing. They're all working in unison. Look at the Zillow group from Revenue Growth Fishing. Interesting. Let's see what Open is doing here. There's a beaten up chart. Interesting. Big level right there. So it's kind of a bounced right at it too. Dangerous, but kind of a low risk play. Now, a lot of times what I'll see, what is, they have a way of like shaking out. This is like it's all-time lows, so they have a way a lot of times they'll come down to these levels, and then they'll do one last shakeout. So a lot of times what I'll do in these kind of cases, I'll stick an alert down below these levels, waiting for the shakeout, and could a lot of times be a buying. I can't tell you how many times I see that, a buying opportunity. I mean, I'm not saying this might not be either, but it is a very strong support level there. But it seems like to me every time I buy the support, I'm better off letting it shake out the support, the people buying the support, and then jumping in. Who is winning the race now? Well, let's see. I just started it again, so not a lot going on, but let's take a look. Barbecue just had a pop, and you can see it. This is okay. Another China stock there, been beaten up, $1 stock. This one was strong this morning in one of the races earlier. Been seeing this a couple of times, but really not doing anything. Audio sounds like a loose cable. Really? Am I not coming through clear to you guys? Testing 1, 2, 3. It made me rustling or something around with it. Huh. I don't know. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me check the connection. I'm pretty sure. Huh. And it just started, right? It hasn't been doing it the whole time, right? It's weird. I didn't change anything. Nothing's hitting my mic. I'll have to do some testing once I get off here. I only got about 10 minutes. I may have to ask Barry to come in earlier. No battery. It's plugged directly into it's a USB, so it's no battery involved. Uses the power off the computer. I don't know what happened. You know, I can see the mixer kind of, I think it might be in the software. Maybe I need to update my software because I can see my mixer kind of acting crazy. Let me try. Hold on. I'm gonna try disconnecting my audio and then connecting back in. See if that helps on my OBS software here. Hold on. If I lose you guys, I'm just gonna have to have Barry come back in. Let me see. Testing 1 2. Now it's probably still happening too, right? Yeah, I'm noticing the mic on my audio mixer. I can tell by the way it's acting that it's having issues. So it's not I don't think it's the headset. I think it's I may have to update my OBS or something. Well, shoot. Let me try unplugging it and plugging it back in. Testing 1 2. Oh, it's fixed now? Better now? Oh, good. Okay, I'm not sure what, I just unplugged it into a different USB. All right, that is good. Glad we got that worked out. Now we get back to the races. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Okay, well, I'll definitely work on it before next week for sure. Or maybe I'll just buy me a new mic. Although I kind of fancy this one. It's nice and comfortable, but donuts getting back in the. They didn't have earnings, did they? No. Nothing great about the daily. Yeah, Might we have had a little head fake there in the SPYs? We will see. Same thing in the Qs. Suck some people in there. Nice, this IOBT, interesting little nice gap there. Let's see. It's a Denmark company. Ah, there's you a $21 price target from Morgan Stanley on this one. So you had a nice gap up. Maybe one to watch in the future, but it's a new issue, looks like. Yeah. I'm always skeptical of those new issues. What's IWM doing? Yeah, all of them may have had a little head fake there. Time will tell. Maybe it's a bottoming process. I mean, this normally, if it wasn't a Friday afternoon, would be a decent looking setup. You know, maybe you put a little price target right there, and if it can poke through it. Now, last time I did that, it had a big wick up and then came back down. And in the market, SPYs back down below. This is where the buy the dippers may get frustrated. You just start seeing this a few times a day, and then they're like, okay, I've had enough of this. It's not working. All right, guys, just a few minutes left. Sorry about the audio. I hope it's not too annoying for you, but I'll be done here in about a couple of minutes. And we're about to finish this race here in 15 seconds. And there we have it. That's pretty cool how they give you the top three. Okay, it's good now. Thanks, James. I appreciate it. I'll let y'all go out watching the start of another race. But I can tell you on a nice bullish day, these things are a lot better, obviously. Yep, pretty dead now. Joanne taking to an early lead. It's funny in these when you get these bearish tapes, a lot of your leaders on the day are stocks that have been really beaten up. You know, it's a rotational game. I see a lot of these. I've been running these races this week, and a lot of them are stocks like this. You know, that have been beaten up, and people are just rotating into weak stocks, I guess. Another example, if you're just looking at your top list, you might not see this move here in DSY, but you know, if you're watching this race, maybe out of the gate, you're saying, "Whoa, okay, this one's doing pretty good since I started it," and you had a nice little pop here. Obviously, nothing to write home about, but a 10-cent move there. That's something that I'm just telling you, you're not going to be able to see a lot of times in a top list or a high-low ticker if you have volume filters on it. All right, guys, I'm gonna let Barry know that I'm ready whenever he is. So you guys have a great weekend. Be careful out there in the market. Tape is kind of ugly right now. If you like playing the long side, so keep it tight. And once again, have a great weekend. Go ahead and say my bye now, because when he tells me he's in, I got to get off real quick.
All right, guys. One reason is I had my sound alerts turned off. So, boy, this Ollie does not want to give up 50. It's stubborn. OLLI just does not want to give up 50. Look at this. Look how much it's basing right here. It's not going to stay here, but I just don't know what direction. You think down just because of the markets and it's an earnings play. It got killed after hours. But look how different this one was compared to DOCU. Same thing, same idea. Got killed after hours. But look what it did. It kept drifting down, 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 down. Ollie did not drop like that. And another one making an all-time low. The Beachbody Company. Probably was a SPAC. How many companies just making new lows, especially these little guys? I mean, you would expect, of course, a cheaper stock to be making lows, but man. Let me do something just for fun here, just for fun. So this is my lifetime lows. I'm going to duplicate it. Okay, and I'm going to flip the script. Stock's making new lifetime highs. And let's see the difference. Sark. Isn't this is the this is this Kathy Woods. So to go short her, you can buy this Sark as an example. A little bit of a difference, guys. All right, guys, let's see. Here's the QIWI. Yeah, well, look at the market. The market's kind of going sideways too. QIWI, lifetime low, basically at a lifetime low, 0.5% above. All right, I'm going to just do something here. I'm going to clear this, and this is the comparing two ideas and see what happens. See if the market, if we're still getting mostly to the downside. This continues down, just no shorts for me. CELZ though, this is almost a lifetime low, only 2% above, but this is down on financing news. Man, I mean, this was, what a drop, guys. What a drop. Imagine if you were in this one yesterday, no inkling really this was going to happen. I mean, there's a daily chart, just kind of chopping around, not doing too much. And then they come in after hours and say we're doing a financing at 4:30, or this morning, I guess. Yeah, because there was no action after hours on this one whatsoever. So this morning they announced a financing at 413. Well, that'd be bad enough if you were in at 6.5, but the market really didn't like it, and now it's traded it all the way down to 2. MoneyGram is up a little bit, but who wants to go long anything right now? Seriously, I mean, I'm not saying this wouldn't work, but all right, well, as somewhat predicted, Donut kind of stalled right at 16 and almost got up to 16, 1587. There was that high up here, 1606. If you're talking to me, Jacques Morin, same to you. Bon fin de semaine. Well, guys, I mean, this donut looks interesting as a short. I mean, it seems to have topped out. Again, I didn't see any new. Oh, yeah, that's right. The Form F4 filing. So some fun, bought a lot of shares at I think it was 1450-ish or so, a couple 100,000 shares. So that gave this stock donut a nice boost today. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, well, this one's making a new lifetime high, whatever you do. NFH out of Hong Kong stock. All right, STNG. This is now not quite an all-time low, but it's below the whole number. But like a lot of things, these things are just kind of stuck a little bit. There's no big movement. So it's not like I want to hop into any of these because I just don't see big movement. I mean, the market is kind of, you know, chopping. Remember now, we had a nice big open. We had a nice big open. The market opened, and then we had a nice pop in the pre-market, is what I should say. But once the market opened, we're 45 minutes straight down. A little pause, another big candle down. A little pause, another candle down. We've had a little bit of an uptrend, but we're still down. Like the Dow, I mean, there is a big disconnect now, guys. You can see it right here. I mean, the Dow's down 90. NAS is down 340. So there is a big disconnect between the so-called value stocks and growth stocks right now. Big disconnect. All right, let's see QTNT. See if that news gave it a pop. And the answer is yes. A lot of volume came in. Oh, what a cheap stock. Boy, I remember when this was, well, I guess back in the 12s, but look at this. It's on a low float, 92 million in the float. This is a Swiss stock. They got a great flag, in my opinion. But is this going to last? There's a couple of topping tails right now, QTNT, a couple of topping tails. Even if you're short of this, I don't see a lot of room. Well, I guess if the further it goes up on a short. I guess this IPO today, I don't think this is a SPAC, AGTY. I didn't see that one at all. Let me check my calendar. There's another one just not making it in. This must be a foreign stock. New York. They have no information on it at all. HGTY, but it appears that it's an IPO today. So it was a SPAC, okay. Usually we have news on that, you know. So what was it? What was the name of the SPAC? What was the symbol? SPAC symbol. Oh, that's why. AD.N? ADF.N. I don't think that's going to show up on our charts. Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of a weird one. There's that. Oh, ESPR now. Another new low. Ooh, another new low. Break out of that consolidation. And some volume came in. You're talking about the race car agent? No, it's not in the beta yet. I'm still trying to figure out a way to use it, Ajit, to be honest. I mean, I'd like to. What this is telling me right now, but I'm trying to see how would I use this. This has not done really much. Oh, there it is, TLOIS. So that meant that the option volume was increasing. It looked like over that time period there was a 44% increase on the option volume today. That's what that looks like. I'm going to run it again. Just tuck it in right here. Just give me a moment, please. No, I didn't even realize that. So donut actually showed up in the option scanner at the price was $15.88, so it's not moved from that. So I suppose, I mean, listen, if it can somehow, I have to put an alert here. 1606. I mean, listen, if it takes out 16 and 1606, this may give us a trade. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1739. And there's the ESPR on the way down again. I know you guys want to short this one, QTNT. It's getting better. When we first saw it, it was only up about here, and so if you shorted it, you probably had only about 15 cents. But right now, let's take a look left here. 264, what did it hit? 259, that's the next, so the next high, so it's above that high of 253. The next high looking left is 264. If it somehow got through that, then probably that 280 to 3 level may stall it. Yeah, just two early trades for me today, guys. The DocU and the SPWA short, and that was it. Happy. There were tons of them in this that I could have gone in the daily breakdown, 10-day daily breakdown. Expand the window a bit. Can't do it though. WBA, let's take a look at WBA. Nice. Nice find, Rob. Look at the volume that just came in, or is coming in. It's straight, that candle right there, and it still has, 7 minutes to close. That's 1.5 million already, or 1.4 million out of the excuse me, out of the 3.9. So this wasn't really doing too much until that little news hit. Just, yeah, really watch this one. I mean, for, of course, the capitulation. Again, for you guys that like to short these tops, I mean, this WBA should be watched. 46.51 is the next high looking left on the daily. 46.51, the same. So 1, 2, 3, 3 and 4 days ago, exactly the same, right to the penny. 46.51. Now, can it take that out? If it does, then the next ones are around 47. But it looks like it has stalled. The CSPR just keeps making new low after new low. William, Zach, anybody get this one on the short for WBA? I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's over yet, but well, that's the key. I mean, listen, if it takes out 46.51, I'd be a little bit worried. Doesn't look like it's going to, but oh, here's a new one coming in. STOK, guys, stock. STOK just came in. It's not quite an all-time low. It's about 10% above the all-time low. Yeah, terrible spread. 41.73. That's a tough spread to commit to. This is what I'm talking about. 41.72. You can try to get mid. Well, now it's tightened up a little. What's the next low looking left on the monthly chart? Is 21.42. So you can see right there, 21.42. Let's see, what else is low here? 22. So really, it's just that one right there, 21.42. It's another low float, guys. That's the issue, though, right? 19.8 million in the float for this, so it can get a little jumpy with that float. You want to short these things. I mean, some of them. It's going to be a little bit jumpy. Well, let's see. I mean, this there's some room down to about the 19. It's like around 19, just underneath 20 for the stock, STOK. Ooh, brother, if that bid catches up to the ask for the stock, STOK. What's the market doing? Market's flattened right out, guys. Flattened right out. Okay, so that should be an off topic, really. Okay, short AMD. That really should be an off topic. Okay, I'm just going to delete. It's just that sometimes we get too crammed with not specific stock. I know. I mean, if you're paper trading, that's really not. That's really just put it in off topic, if you don't mind. Yeah, so if you want to participate in ARK getting killed, you can always buy SARK. We just found that out. No, I understand, but you know the problem is that this stocks only is literally just for stocks only that you're talking about, okay? And you know to take a fictitious short in something is really not relevant. You know everything else should be an off topic because I get complaints from people. Why am I not? You know why am I not getting rid of the off topic or the off topic comments and the stocks only? Yeah, it's Pavlin. We all know it's Pavlin. He's just trying to pull our leg here. This is crazy. You know, look at this Ollie just hanging at 50. Look at this base. Oh, it's like it's a buyout at 50. Look at the base for Ollie at 50. My goodness. Another leg down for SWBI. Okay, let's take a look. Let's go back in time and see what happened from the original alerts in this daily 10-day daily breakdown. So we had an alert for SPWH right at 9:30 at 15:10. I'd say that was pretty good now. Had a pull up here, but you know, just looking at the current price or the low it got right down to 13.50. We know that ESPR, even though that was kind of late, 9:36 at 5.68, still 5.21. DD, I had no shorts, 7.10, 6.33 now. YMM, I'm not sure I really saw that one, 10.85. I mean, even that one, I mean, this got down to underneath 10 from 10.85. This one we all know, SWBI, 17.49, 16.03 now. This is probably too cheap to even look at. CD, 7.37. I know it got all the way, man, that was probably the best one, guys, in terms of a percentage gain. 7.37, got all the way down to 5.35. PHG, I don't think this one really moved. 33.82. Yeah, this one hasn't really moved. The SG I know moved. 27.98. Down to 24.44. Wow. Look at these moves, guys. The only one that hasn't really moved, the DCTH. It's just kind of hanging around that area. Stock, no, it's a bit of a spready one. Awesome alerts today. As opposed to, I mean, you can look at the daily breakouts, but I mean, really trying to buck a trend, right? So IOBT 1250. Yeah, it didn't do anything. UCL 332. And this one, CYAD 523. Yeah, I mean, today was not the day to even look at anything on the daily breakout. So Gary, yeah, do you have trade ideas, Gary? Single stock window's got a lot of information, you know, and there's the float, 716 million. Have you taken the 20 lessons? Have you looked at the 20 lessons? Okay, well, I would definitely encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons. You know, just to make sure. I mean, Wednesday, I mean, it's only a day and a half ago or 2 days ago. So take a look at the 20 lessons. But one of the ones, the single stock window. Single stock window is great because, you know, this is all customizable. This is what I like to see. Okay, but these are all just filters. You know, this is what I like to see. And so at a glance, it's got a lot of information. You can have this one, you know, it's one of the ones I'm sharing, but You don't have to use Brokerage Plus, Gary. I mean, listen, it's a great feature. Don't get me wrong, but you don't have to use Brokerage Plus. I mean, I don't use it. I have an Interactive Brokers. I just trade from within my IB account. I'm not trying. If I weren't doing what I'm doing, I would almost for sure be using Brokerage Plus. But even if we, I was using IB just to trade from within IB forever. I mean, to me, it's not that big a deal. But you can certainly use Brokerage Plus to practice trading. Well, it doesn't matter who your broker is because it's using our real-time data. So you can use, if you're new to trading, I mean, I don't know if you're new to trading or just new to trade ideas. And I should pop this link in every now and then. This is the Brokerage Plus link, or the IB link actually. I not have the home page here. Home page. Oh, there it is. Okay, so you can click on this link right here, learn a little bit more about IB, Interactive Brokers, if that's the broker that you'd like to try. Okay. Actually, I don't link, no, I don't link Brokerage Plus to IB, okay? I just link it in the old way, just tools, external linking, and here it is. Because I'm not using this, I'm not linking it to my IB account. Why? Because I'm doing what I'm doing, okay? I'm not going to try to figure out, is this a simulation trade or am I in my real account? Toggling back and forth. Need total dedication to trading if you're going to do something like that, which I, of course, because I'm moderating a room, I don't have. So I choose just to use the simulator to demonstrate Brokerage Plus as in simulation mode, and then I just trade from within IB. But I've linked it, yes, so that but that's got nothing to do with linking Brokerage Plus with IB. Does that make sense? This is just the, before we had Brokerage Plus, we could link. Okay, so what are you confused about? Before we had Brokerage Plus, you can link with many brokers, okay? Linking just means it's a time saver. So we link with many brokers, including Interactive Brokers. Before we even had this window called Brokerage Plus. It's not Interactive Brokers Plus, it's called Brokerage Plus, okay? So you can link to virtually any broker. I mean, within reason. I mean, they have some kind of a weird broker out there, but with Interactive Brokers, I link using this external linking tool. You just follow the instructions, external linking, add the link, you follow the instructions. And again, all linking does, it's a time saver. So instead of when I click on an alert, it loads into my into my Interactive Brokers platform, right into my order entry, and from within Interactive Brokers, I'm trading it. Okay, all it is a time saver, but it's a great time saver. If you're like me, clicking on lots of alerts all day long, it's a great time saver. But it's got nothing. But it's got nothing to do with Brokerage Plus in that form of linking. Linking Brokerage Plus to your IB or E-Trade account means that you want to trade using this window from within IB, from within Trade Ideas. Okay, that's all that means. I always have to emphasize, because I think people get the wrong idea that if they don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, that means they can't use trade ideas. No, 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 no. We're a scanner. You can use trade ideas with any brokerage platform you want. Okay, you're in the right. Yeah, you're in the right. Well, okay. I mean, this is the correct trading room to be in. Okay. Okay. So Asterix, you're in the right room. Yeah, not that I'm aware of, Gary. I mean, we've got a lot of people at Trade Ideas who use Brokerage Plus, but there could, somebody in the room who is linked with IB or E-Trade. Do you find any latency issues? Not that I'm aware of. I can't say for sure because I don't use it, but I've not heard. The guys at Trade Ideas who use it, they wouldn't use it if there was a major issue like that. I mean, when you're linking to IB or E-Trade, you're linking directly to them and their real-time data. So there shouldn't be. I don't think there is any issue. Otherwise, I would certainly hear about it. Hey guys, what kept moving was MGI. I mentioned this one a little while ago. This might be an interesting short for you guys who want a short. Look at that, 680 is the next high looking left on the daily. It's fairly parabolic, and that is MGI. Yeah, the WBA short. I mean, it hasn't. I tell you, I mean, well, I guess it did get down here while you were still in it. You're probably out of it, real William. I'd be looking at another 46 break, 45.93. I'm going to stick an alert down here. See if it takes out 46 again. Yeah, you guys keep talking about Tesla. I'm sure it's way under 1,000 now, right? Oh, it isn't. I thought the way you guys have been talking about it, I thought it'd be way under 1,000 by now. Okay, well, the market is breaking out a little bit out of this area. Last time we looked, it was pretty flat. It's starting to break down a little bit more. Look at tech. Wow. Whoa. You know, the disconnect is not as great anymore, guys. The last time I looked, Dow was down about 80, and Tech was down, Nas was down, I think 300 or so. But now even the value stocks, the so-called value stocks, are starting to pick up steam on the way down, in steam on the way down. Where can you find? Well, okay, if you have the premium service, Mahal. I mean, earlier, these were suggestions to short right here. So right here, SOL and SPWH. These were suggestions to short. If you have the AI, so other than that, I mean, then it's a matter of creating, your own scans, or you can take a look at some of my scans. I mean, the 10-day daily breakdown has been giving great short opportunities all day long. On a day when the market's down, especially, of course. But if you want to start like on Monday, make sure you have this window loaded. Nothing will happen until at least 9:35. So have this window loaded. You can load it from here. Click on new. Click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. If you load it now, you'll see these, but these are of course after the fact. But if you do load it, save it as part of your layout. And then Monday morning, when you load trade ideas before the market opens, this window will be blank, and it'll start to give you ideas. Some of them will be short, as an example. Okay. Did you hear all that? And other than that, I mean, I've got a couple of scans that I'm sharing. One of them is the 10-day daily breakdown, which is giving great short opportunities all day long. And I'm sharing that scan. Again, nothing means just because you get the alert that you just pile into it. You have to have some chart reading experience. So this is not just a situation where you get an alert and you immediately take the trade. So I just put in my my homepage link just above you, okay? And if you click on it, this is what you'll see. Okay, this is what you'll see. One of the sections, my scans. And this one, the 10-day daily breakdown, is beginning its awesome shorts all day long, as an example. But you could also probably look at the momentum down, as an example. But I would definitely have the AI up and running. Well, even you got lucky, 100 million shares at 1,200. Even if you sold at 1,000, pretty lucky guy. Man, what is Monday going to bring? But that's okay, Zach. I know you want to be in a trade all day long. But man, we cannot complain about DocU, and I'm not going to complain about SPWH either. I'm just looking at my little P&L on those. I mean, man, oh man. Well, I mean, look at Ollie. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I always talk about whole numbers, but there's some are more important than others. The 5, 10, 25, 50, 100. I mean, look at it. I'm really not interested in going long anything perfect circle. If it, I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 683, so that's not that far away. I mean, the volume's great. I mean, the volume is picking up also. But I'm a little bit reluctant to take a long on anything right now. If you look at the market as it's starting to drift down again. Well, I mean, obviously, if it took out that high right there, 683, but then you've got 7. I mean, look at all this right here. There's a high of 680. There's a high of 697. There's a high of 709. There's a high of 690. You've got a lot of stuff around 7, right around here. Also 711. You've got a lot of stuff at 7. I personally would not be taking it. It's just not interesting enough to me. Not enough room for it to keep moving if it wants to. For me, doesn't mean it won't, but just the way I look at it, I just don't. I'd rather look at something that has a lot more room, a lot more potential. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a new alert. Okay, the last one. No, I guess I had one here for Vista, 153. But again, my my bias is short, 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 obviously. All right, I won't look now, but I will. S and C. This was a big one from yesterday. Oh no, wrong. Just a minute. CFVI. This was a big one from yesterday. It probably hurt a lot of people though if you chase this. 1439. Look where it closed. 40% down. But it's got a gap, and there's obviously there is some interest. Who are they looking to? Chemomab. No, 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 no. Sorry. Oh, that's right. This is the one with Rumble. Okay. How's DWAC doing today? Took it off my thumbnails. Yeah, I mean, a lot of excitement yesterday. Got all the way up to, in fact, I think in the pre-market it was even higher than 54. I think it was anyway, but well, in fact, I can just check. Well, actually, it was after hours the day before. It got up to 60. And this is pre-market yesterday, and then just, slid all day. Hopefully nobody changed those. Or changed those. Chased it. Well, when you think about the release also about trying to raise $1 billion, well, that's all the SPACs do. I mean, I think I mean that's what they all do, trying to raise $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion, whatever. So I mean, the news looked really cool, I suppose, but people who really understand what SPACs are all about, of course, that's what they're going to be doing. So when I read that, I thought, okay, but that's nothing new. Anyway, another one making its way down, guys. Qubit, Q-U-B-T. Remember when the quantum computing, what was it? Oh, I can't believe I can't remember. What was the big one? The one that kept moving higher and higher and higher. It had quantum in the name. IONQ, thank you, that's right. IONQ, what is it doing? Look at this. So that's cut in half also in not many days. I mean, this got as high as 36, almost 36. In fact, 30, yeah, almost $36. Almost cut in half in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 2 weeks. 2 weeks. You're cut in half. And so so the other one I just had up, Qubit, QUBT, I think it was just sort of piggybacking with it, just because it had quantum in the name. Look what it did. Well, guys, it is now 2 o'clock. We're getting close to the end of this very interesting trading week. No, I meant resistance. Okay, Renka, I meant resistance because if it's below the 200-day, I don't care. Okay, I mean, then it's above it, so the price is above it. I don't care. I'm not looking for it as support. I'm looking above to see whether or not it could stall. It could stall it from going higher. Okay, make sense? So I mean, if I were, if I were wanting to take this one, but the 200-day moving average, say I wanted to get in this one at 21.47 as a long, but the 200-day moving average was at 22, I wouldn't take the trade. But if it was, I'm not saying, I'm just trying to use this as an example, but if the 200-day moving average was, up at 30 and the stock's at 21, I'd say, that's okay. Well, what do I think of it as a short? I think I had an area that if it broke down through that, look out below. But I mean, 28.53. I think it's gone below that. Look out below. Let me just see here. 28.91 and 28.53. Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, it's taking this out. I mean, on the monthly chart, this is taking this out. But are you talking about it as a short right now? I mean, yeah, maybe, but look at the longer term picture here. I mean, this came from, when all the nonsense started, this came from, the $8 level. And now when you look at that, look at the weekly chart. I mean, it's the same, right? 1147. Yeah, it's approximately the same. I mean, there's no support now for AMC. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get all the way down here, but there is really no support for AMC. Even a green bar ignored on the daily chart is below the 200-day moving average. I mean, if I had any guts, I'd probably this is probably one I'd try to have as a swing short. I mean, it's had earnings. I mean, I know but the only problem is one of those, meme stocks. If they get a hold of it, it can hurt you, obviously. So that's kind of the issue. I mean, look at GME. GME is getting closer and closer to its critical level here, which is about 145. It's $20 away. I mean, what if it just continues and then takes that out? I mean, then look underneath. Ooh. I know there are some people thinking it's going to be a $10,000 stock, but every time we think this one is dead, GME, more than anything the AMC, I mean, all of a sudden out of nowhere, it has like a 50-point gain. So you found it, all in. You found it. The 10-day daily breakdown. You found it. When you say oops, it's if you have my homepage link, it's there. Oh, I see. Okay. Good for you. Okay, so there it is. Okay, just go to my homepage and go to the stock section, and it is there. Well, Paul, you cannot look at that as any sort of a fundamental. Okay, this is just one of those that they decided to prop it up It's got nothing to do with fundamentals or whether they're in business next year or next week or in 10 years. It's got nothing to do with that. That's what you're missing. It's just that a group of them got together at the beginning and said, you know what? We're going to buy the heck out of this and teach those people who are short a lesson. The funds, etc., a lesson. You know, and at one point, of course, it was a gamer stock, and that's what happened. The amazing thing is that it's kind of held. Remember, this is January. This is when it all started. Went from 17 all the way up to 489, and this is in January. Well, Gary, I mean, that was an organized attack, okay? Millions of people, millions in Reddit. Well, I don't know millions, but I mean, enough of them, yes. Think of it as one big giant hedge fund. Well, it's funny because when this happened, I thought it was over. I mean, you would have thought this was over, okay? All right, you've had your fun. You've had your fun, right? On this month. And then next month, right back down to almost 42 or so. And, okay, get out of here. You would have thought, okay, that's it. You guys are talking about Wejo, Wejo. What are you doing? Yeah, you are running. The Wejo group, what do you do? Out of one of those, Bermuda. You should know that. And we have no float information on it at all. I guess, I don't know if this is an IPO last week. No, it isn't, because it's 15%. Well, it could be. Or was it a SPAC? Castle will tell me. $98 million? Okay, thanks, Harry. Pitney Bowes, where are you now? PBI. Yeah, the selling is picking up on GME and AMC. Only so many diamond hands out there, guys. Oh, William, but there are 10 billion shares still short that are not accounted for. Don't you know that? Yeah. Not all at once, though, okay? No, I'm just down to the tooth fairy now. Everything else I don't believe in, but the tooth fairy, yeah, it's still pretty cool. All right, your airlines now, AAL, I'm seeing, and the cruisers, NCLH, they are on the way down. And my guess is jets. I know you mentioned this one to me a while back, Real. And I don't know if you were talking about, this was a potential short later on, because it certainly was. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, it's still holding 50. It's still holding 50. Look at this. I mean, look at it on a 15-minute chart, Ollie. Oh, he's gone? Okay. Yeah, I don't think so, Gary. I don't have good timing. I think I'm funny, but I have an audience of one. Man, I'm telling you, I've had a new alert in maybe an hour. Oh, grunt, grunt, grunt. That's what I'm hearing. CELZ. I've got the oink, the pig, the pig. You know what I'm going to do? In fact, now that I've got a little bit of time, so I think I will go and replace and the daily breakout, and maybe I'll add this one, and I'll add my lifetime lows to the scans that I'm sharing. I don't want to have so many though. So let's, I don't, you know what I'm going to do? Let's take a look at the scans that I'm sharing, and maybe I can eliminate some, unless somebody says, no, that's my favorite one. All right, so let's take a look at them. All right, so these are top lists. Strong stocks up, weak stocks down. I might get rid of the options play magic, because this has got a lot of alerts in it. It might be too confusing. This one just takes out one of those strategies and really makes the filters tough, so you don't get too many. Low floaters on the move. You know what? This really in the basic new highs and lows is kind of covered. Single stock window, of course, I'll leave in. Gap up and gap down and pre-market actives up and down, I'll leave in because this is what I use in the pre-market. Halts resumes, I will leave in. I don't know about the trend reversal up and down. I don't know about the pullback on winners and losers. Momentum up and down, that's not bad. I can get rid of the spider sector list for sure because now that's in the channel bar. Earnings up and down, I might get rid of that. Yeah, so I might get rid of a few of these because I don't want to be so cluttered. So unless I have mentioned one that I'm going to get rid of, that somebody says no. No, there's the WBA. There is the WBA now underneath 46, guys. All right, this one just showed up in my option scanner on the way down. I might add that one, okay? So this is what I might do. I might add this one. Okay, this is just the flip of this. You know, this is the abnormal option activity on the way up, abnormal option activity on the way down. So I may add that one. Okay. Come on, break. Whew, okay, guys. Well, we're getting towards the last half hour. Good time to ask questions if you have any. It'll never be 35% off, so it'll be 25. Oh, I see. You're just being you're just being you, a perfect circle. I get it. Okay, guys, I am only watching one little stock here. You guys were talking about Can before, Canaan. What's Bitcoin? What is Bitcoin right now, guys? Obviously under 60,000. But what is it? 54? Well, look at this one. I mean, this is the ETF, came on with a lot of fanfare. The high was up here around 44. It's dropped $10, almost an all-time low. This is crazy. I mean, look at Ollie. I mean, I don't keep saying this, but I mean, just will not budge off $50. It was just like there's an amazing amount of support right at $50. Another gaming stock taking it on the chin here, guys. GNOG. Almost an all-time low. All right, you're making me look. CFVI. Yeah, I mean, again, it got up to 14 and a half yesterday. This is shortable for me. So I'm not doing anything for the balance, guys. I'm just biding my time until I shut the room down. Chicken. I've got to do some furniture rearranging to get ready for our robot. That's all I'm doing. ESPR, another leg down. I'm just, reacting. There's an alert, 228, another leg down for ESPR. Not a leg, but, well, actually, yeah, look at this. It was 520, back down to 503. That's a, that's a pretty steep drop, just like that, on volume. No, I have a shark. I've had it now for a couple of months now, and it's awesome. Not the Roomba, but I know that's same idea. The shark. Four of them. Wow. Just got to make sure all the pets' toys are picked up off the floor, and put some chairs up on tables. Okay, just a minute, please. Well, this will be so interesting if Docu gets all the. This is like this was the all-day fade. I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but this was the level, 131.26. That was the next low looking left on the weekly chart. I mean, man, it's only $4 away. I mean, down $98. $98. Can you imagine being in this one? Again, you know, you're looking at this. Yeah, the market was a little soft the last little while. But you're sitting up here at 285. Okay, on a percentage basis to drop to 250, it's not the end of the world. And then you're waiting on earnings. No, I mean, look at this. I mean, in advance of earnings, there was no big warning. I mean, there's looking at the charts. It's not like they started dropping, you know, days ahead of their earnings release. Now look at this. Are you long Perfect Circle? You're long Docu? Why? Obviously, you're trying to play a bounce, but yeah, it's still strong. And Ija from our YouTube room, that is certainly your prerogative. Misguided, but that is your prerogative. It's nothing to do with patriotism, shorting stocks. It's zero. But I know that's your idea. All right, guys. So what time is it? So we got about maybe 20 minutes left or so. So again, any questions? Fire away. 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Remember, I'm starting at 8 now, so even though I'm not on the no, we're not. No, actually, we're about 0. So for you guys, we're about 32. For you guys, you metrically challenged individuals in the States, we're about 36 degrees. This is we might actually get some snow. This a little bit of snow. Well, due to popular demand, Ija, starting at 8 o'clock. Vancouver, yeah. We usually have very mild winters. Very little snow. Sometimes we'll get a little bit of snow, but it never sticks. Very little. I mean, last year I don't think we had any snow till March. Just think Seattle. Yeah, we get the odd bit of rain. Yeah. Yeah, lots of, well, we had this, never heard this term before in my life, but now, of course, now I can't, that's all I hear, this atmospheric river. Never heard it in my life before. Well, I'm up at 4 actually, Vancha. It's just that I'm up at about, yeah, between 4 and 4:30. That's when I do get up. And the only reason I don't open right away is because I am trying to do some scanning. Pet V. Well, I mean, I see what you're looking at. There's a little move here, but I just have all my doubts about anything moving right now in terms of an end of day. But so Nikki, I guess the one that everybody talks about. I actually read it many, many, many years ago, and now I can't remember the title. Somebody's going to mention it right now. Looking for the good. What's that psychology book for trading? Trading in the zone. That's the one. Yeah, trading in the zone. That's the one. Everybody talks about the trading in the zone. I mark somebody, I think. Okay. And that is just the psychology of trading. It doesn't teach you how to trade. It is the psychology of trading. Yeah, so Sam, you can do that, yes. I don't have any multi-strategy windows up and running, so let me bring one up. Okay, bouncers. Now there are only 2 strategies in here. Okay, potential bouncers, potential toppers. Okay, so here we are. So if I right click and configure all, select all, okay, and then edit the selected. So now here is where I can actually add, where it can be added. I can start adding filters that will affect both strategies. Okay, you can do a search. But make sure that it makes sense. In other words, if you want to increase, say, the volume or have volume for every one of them, you want to have a minimum volume for every one of them at 500,000 shares, something like that. Yeah, very easy to do. Okay, but basically you start off with right click, configure all. More than likely, both of them are already checked, and then you just say edit selected, and now you can apply the one filter to all the strategies. So a price filter, yes, you want the same price on all this, like a price filter for all the strategies, just like I've done here as an example. Yes. Okay, did you get that? Right click, configure all, edit selected, and now here are your filters. So I mean, this one is actually, I mean, you know, people looking for bouncers or toppers. I mean, this is not a bad one. I don't use it very much anymore, but I mean, what it's looking for, he's got two strategies in here, or idea generators: potential toppers, potential bouncers. So if you see it in green, this means that maybe, just maybe, a stock has found the bottom. Okay, now at this point it did. You can see right there. At 12:14, what time was it right here? Yeah, so you can see in this particular case, you would have had an alert for DNA at 12:14. The price would have been 809, and it did bounce from there. Okay, CLVT at 242. I mean, that's not that, well, it's right now. So you can see right now. So the idea of this is when you get the alert, it doesn't mean that it has bounced, but it means, okay, maybe this is where it could start bouncing. So you could do one of two things. And the reason why, you know, this stock is showing up, CLVT, because it's a certain number of 5-minute candles in a row down. It's a low RSI, like all the things that, well, let's just break it out as an example. Okay, potential bouncers. Open the alert window, and we'll see what it's looking for. So it's looking for 5 candles down in a row in a 5-minute. It's got to be below the VWAP. The RSI cannot be more than 22. Okay, so these are all maybe classic, maybe showing an oversold situation, maybe. So I get an alert if it makes a new low or a new 5-minute high. Okay, and you can see is it bouncing? It's bouncing a little bit. So again, this is one of the ones I'm sharing in my scan section. Well, if a few of them are grayed out, it means that you can't use them en masse. Like you can't apply them to every one of them. I mean, I could probably see that there might be some that are grayed out. It just means that it's not appropriate to apply them to every strategy. It wouldn't make sense to do it. Yeah, I'd have to find one that wouldn't make sense. There's usually some logic behind it. Well, anybody short that one, 1170 down to 1118. Nicely done. If you shorted that one, the CFVI. Look at the ENFA. Remember this one early? ENFA, EN. I don't think this one's shortable for me. Yeah. The ENFA had the big pop right up here, up to 13. Market and started to slide before the market opened. Really slid, base for a long time. I was watching this one, but I can't remember if there were shorts available at some point. But you know, again, 49% below its all-time high. Or I'm sorry, below the low of the line. Again, why that says minus 49, because it's looking at the previous days. It doesn't count today. AMC sub 26. Wow. Look what it tried to do the last 2 days, including, well, today and yesterday. Look at the 200-day moving average. It tried. So 2 days ago, it broke down below it. Yesterday, it tried. It tried to get through it, couldn't. Today, it tried to get through it, couldn't. And now, big, giant red candle on that daily. This is turning into a green bar ignored. Downtrend, green bar, totally engulfed by the previous red candle. Next candle's red, continues to trend down. Notice it doesn't matter the time frame. I mean, even probably if you're looking to swing something, you know, on a daily chart, these are great little indicators. I know most people will not swing a short, but you know, on the way up, you get a red bar ignored. Not AMC, but if you saw another one that was a red bar ignored on a daily chart, and it had room then to run, you could look at that and go, Yeah, no shorts for Diddy. DIDI, no shorts at Interactive Brokers anyway. That was probably my number one focus, you know, when I was looking at all this stuff in the pre-market. But I had to shift, of course, because there were no shorts available. Well, you know, look at this. MFI. This would be incredible if it gets down to that 131 docu. You know, it's funny because I did get an email from somebody saying, why are you talking about shorting docu? It's already down, I don't know what it was down here, at 158. Well, let's just say 30%. It's already down 30%. Why are you looking to short this one? It's already down so much. Well, I wasn't reading level 2, but as we all know, just because something is down 30% doesn't mean, you know, it's been beaten up. It doesn't mean, and there's room for it to keep running without any support. Doesn't mean it can't go down another 20%. We see this all the time on the ones that soar higher. You look at a stock, you know, we haven't seen too many in the last little while, but we see some of these cheaper ones with the low floats, and they're already up 50%. And you say, well, how can you take a long on something that's already up 50%, and then the next time you look, it's up 200%. You know, so it's just riding the trend. No, you won't lose anything, Sam. Nothing. Zero. I mean, it's always a good idea to make sure you have it in the cloud, but I've been doing this before we had the cloud. I mean, I've, had trade ideas since 2010, and I've never had anything disappear on me. Okay, but but it's always, but since we've got the cloud now, I always make sure I've got my, it's saved in both. Definitely, you save everything to the cloud. You never have to worry. But I've never worried. I've never had to worry about anything I've saved to my computer either. Yep, I am not grumpy. 3:30. You can go. You can head over to YouTube. You can head over to YouTube at 3:30. Chris will be there from between 3:30 and 4:30. Well, Cam, I mean, I've been putting the upgrades and downgrades in for several years now. Mainly because when I first started doing it, it's not that I was paying that much attention to it, but why I was doing it is that there could be people in the room saying, "Ooh, my stock that I'm in has just got an upgrade or a downgrade," and they may want to take a look at it. Okay, it was sort of for entertainment purposes, no more, no less. But then I started watching, the Goldman upgrades or downgrades, especially the downgrades. Okay. And then I was starting to notice, this stock has got multiple either upgrades or downgrades from various brokerages. And so, yeah, I sort of pay attention to that. And of course, how could I not pay attention to Docu? I haven't seen something like that in a long time, where Docu had 5 downgrades. And it could have been more. I mean, this is just from briefing.com. I mean, there could have been more. You go to, other services and all. But when I saw 5 downgrades for Docu, I thought, okay, that's going to wake people up. Also, I mean, remember now, this had earnings after hours. I'm sort of repeating myself, but remember the market was way up yesterday, so they released earnings after hours, and it got thumped. It had nothing to do with the market being down after hours, and then this morning the market was up. Remember, the market actually started up. But it didn't matter. I mean, it was holding all its lows from after hours, and then I'm reading, man, 5 downgrades. And as you know, I don't normally trade this price range, but it was just too tempting for me. I don't know, Grumpy. Well, Ollie, maybe now Ollie is starting to give up that 50 mark a little bit. So this could be, you guys who want to trade in the last hour, keep an eye on this to see how well it keeps moving underneath 50. And this could give you Grumpy, I really don't know. I don't recall seeing her this week, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It's a problem, I really don't know anybody, so I don't know what happens to people if all of a sudden they disappear, which is, there's a lot of reasons why that could happen, but oh, I won't drop them. I've been doing them. It gives me a little bit to do in the pre-market while I'm doing my preamble. I won't drop it. Yeah, because every now and then you get that little nugget. I remember one time, I think it was a China stock. I even think it was NIO, and I think Goldman Sachs put a big short, a recommendation saying, we think this is going lower with a price target. And man, did it ever crater that day. It can also work on the way up too. I mean, we've seen analysts giving, especially when they give these, especially if it's a sort of a major analyst, putting some of these what I think are crazy price targets, can definitely affect the stock. Ollie's on the way now, guys. Ollie is on the way. I don't think I'm gonna do anything, but Ollie's on the way. It finally looks like it's broken free of 50. Yeah, depending who it is, Tank, for sure. Casta Madrid. How are you? Boy, look at GME. Oh, brother. If this takes out that 140 mark, boy. I'm not saying it can't bounce, but boy, oh boy. Right there. I mean, right here, around that 140. What's the low here in that month? Well, it's already below that low. 136, so it takes out that 140. Look out. There you go. There's your Ollie. Ollie upside, you mean where could it go to? You mean the upside on shorting it? Well, let's take a look. I mean, the next low on the monthly chart is again, you know what I mean. I'm not saying it's getting there, but the next low on the monthly chart is 43.58. Right there. That's the next low or so. Okay? I back the weekly out. Hard to see. So the next low in the weekly chart is 45.56. So I mean, there's some room. There is some room. Thank you, William. Boy, telling me I can leave at 3. All right, guys, so I'm just going to put the YouTube link in here. You guys, if you can't get enough of all this, you can head over to YouTube in about half an hour. Chris will be there from 3:30 to 4:30. All right, everybody, I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap it up now. Thanks a lot for all of the help all week, as usual. Thanks for being civil and all that. Makes the job a lot easier. Just get my script together, and I shall open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, okay? So have a great weekend, and we'll see you in the room at 8 o'clock Monday morning. Bye-bye. You too are perfect.